All right, good morning. So my name is Hlengwa Mthethwa, and I have the honor and the privilege of being your program director today. So who is Hlengwa Mthethwa? I am an admitted attorney of the High Court of South Africa. I'm currently working at Legal Interact, a proudly South African company, as an expert team lead as well as public sector liaison. And I do wear multiple hats. I am the board member of Right Academy, which is an skills educational institution which provides ITC skills in local townships, right? And above all, I stand here today as a daughter of my loving mother and father. With that being said, we're delighted to have you here. We're delighted to have conversations about the digital economy. And I would urge every single young person today to be a sponge, ask the right questions, be loud about everything that you do, and most importantly, have a good time and interact and engage with all the multiple stakeholders that are with us today. That being said, I am merely the program director, but we do have the esteemed honor of Advocate Mika Teko to introduce and welcome everyone today.
Good morning. She caught me off guard. I was trying to get my speaking notes. Okay, let me just. I have my apology, I have many draft speaking notes here. Yesterday I was speaking somewhere. Um, yeah, I would like to set the protocol. I know that after me, many people would like to follow me and not go through the entire protocol. I would like to greet the Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Minister Sindisiwe Chikunga. And the Deputy Minister in her absence, she is attending the Cabinet Lekgotla, Deputy Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Deputy Minister Steve Litsike, Mapaseka Steve Litsike. I would like to greet Ms. Lengiwe Mthethwa, the Program Director, Dr. Sunshine Miende in her absence, but she will join us later. Mr. Lionel Koza, Head of Government, Amazon Web Services, South Africa. Mr. Neville Maji, Brent CEO, Brent SA CEO, still on his way coming here. Also, I would like to welcome Mr. Emmanuel Mashele, Mr. Nkululeko Zwane, Mr. Samuel Mazibuko, Miss Nobuhle Mazibuko, Mr. Gu Mu, Mr. Gu Mu. We are truly international. From Huawei, Mr. Heri Matabata, Mr. Tsepo Petla from Telkom, Mr. Tabang Pasha, Your program is full of masters. Mr. Lunga, Msimang, Mr. Maluleke Yang, Mr. Ndumiso Kubeka, CEO, NYDA, Mr. Lisima Matsitsi, Miss Doreen Mukwena, at least, Mr. Simba Rashe Mhlanga, Miss Buntle Mukwena, Mr. Dennis Memela, Dr. Rakwata Mko, Dr. Maurice Masuta, all officials from government, all young persons that we are here about ngesizulu bathi esingangabo, those that were here because of them, you are welcomed. Good morning to all of you, and you are welcomed. And thank you very much for participating in this meeting. I know that it might seem like a small meeting and there's few of us, but let me tell you, this meeting will make sure that South Africa, it's no longer the same again. It will never be the same. It will never be a same, it will never be the same in terms of technology. Technology is disappointing me. I keep on trying to open and it says, Benny, do you have it? It refuses to open now. Oh, I apologize. You see? Yeah.
So while the DG handles that, so maybe we could get into some housekeeping rules, right? I would like us to keep our phones on silent just in order to respect the speakers speaking. Kindly note that we are also online via Zoom, so good morning to our online participants. And I encourage the young people, abos ngaye, to actually engage and participate and share your perspectives with each of the individual stakeholders. As we've heard from the DG, we've got your Amazon Web Services here, we've got Brand South Africa, we've got Telkom. So please do your best to engage and be a sponge, like I said.
My apology again. I apologize, but now I'm ready to run. Honorable Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities, thank you very much for making some time, for prioritizing young persons, because Minister was not supposed to be here. She was supposed to be at the Lekgotla. There's a very important Lekgotla. However, she has decided to come here and be with us. The theme is a generational challenge and digital opportunity. You can see that I've been challenged. I was not even able to sign into my tablet. I would like to extend a warm welcome to each of you. We are gathered here today for the National Youth Service Indaba under the powerful and purposeful theme, digital pathways to youth employment, a new era of opportunity. For too long, our country has grappled with alarming rate of youth unemployment. The numbers are sobering. A 62.4% unemployment rate for youth aged 15 to 24 and 40.4% for those aged between 25 and 34 in the first quarter of 2025. At least I can safely say the 15 to 24 must be at school. I hope they're at school. That's why the number for unemployment in their category is so high. These are not just statistics. They represent a generation sidelined, their energy, their creativity, and their immense potential unharnessed. But today, we look past the problem to the solution. The rapid rise of digital economy and especially technologies like generative artificial intelligence, AI, must be viewed as a significant opportunity. Yes, I agree, it has got its own negatives. However, countries that have harnessed it have progressed. It is a moment that compels us to reimagine how we can utilize this technology to empower our young people, unlock their entrepreneurial talent, and decisively boost economic development. This Indaba is about making that opportunity a reality. The aim of this National Youth Service Indaba is clear and non-negotiable. We are here to secure financial and non-financial support for sustainable 365-day employment programs and to link young persons directly to training and earning opportunities. We must create concrete implementation plans to address youth unemployment with an unwavering focus on the digital economy, not just employment, however, to make sure that young persons also start their own businesses. They must be employers. To the telecommunications CEO, Mr. Gu from Hawaii, Mr. Heri Matabata from HCL Tech and Telcom, we thank you for coming forward to make tangible commitments and showcase scalable digital skills and job creation programs. Your action is the partnership we need, and we believe that it will lead others to follow you. I'm particularly excited to hear from our thought leaders and contributors who are the engine room of our discussions. Our digital innovators pitching their APs and devices. Thank you for showing us that the future is already here. Our panelists for the first discussion on enhanced employability and entrepreneurship, to Mr. Lungam Singh Msimanga, Harambi, South African Youth, Mr. Maluleke, Mr. Ndumiso Kubeka, NYDA, and Ms. Lisema Matsietsi, GIZ, and your moderator, Mr. Tabang Pala, Cyber M8. Your innovative ideas are vital to this conversation. Our panelists for the second critical discussion on closing the skills gaps, to the Empire Partner Foundation, EPF representative, and Ms. Buntle Mukwena, MICT SITA, and SAQA director, who will be moderating. We rely on your expertise to define the digital pathways we must pursue. And to the SAQA director, disability. We need to talk about disability, how their grading is also incorporated, how we could bring disability into this. To the financial institutions and development partners presenting on catalyzing investment, your role is to turn digital ideas into scalable businesses. We look forward to insights into venture capitals and funding mechanisms. In closing, indeed, your presence makes this prestigious event truly special. I am looking forward to all presentations and discussions that will outline how we can best leverage the digital economy as a definitive way of addressing youth unemployment. I urge all of you to enjoy the Indaba and, just as importantly, to visit the various stalls erected outside the hall and interact directly with all the exhibitors and partners. Make connections, seize the moment, and let us emerge from this day with an unified plan for digital future. I thank you.
Thank you so much to the DG. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to introduce Minister Sindisiwe Chikunga, Minister in the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disability. Under her leadership, the department has championed many legislative and regulatory advancements, driven initiatives for empowerment, and led critical advocacy efforts. May we give a round of applause for the Minister.
Thank you very much, Program Director Hlengiwe Mteto. Let me greet the DG of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Advocate Mikateko Maluleka, Dr. Penis, Chief Director responsible for youth in the department, Dr. Masuta, Special Advisor to the Minister, Mr. Tabang Pala, Cyber 8, Ms. Dorini Mkwena, Cyber Security Clinic, leadership of the National Youth Development Agency, led by the chairperson, Dr. Sanshani Miende, and the CEO, Mr. Ndumiso Ubeka, chief executive officers and representatives of our telecommunication companies, leaders from development, financial institutions, and the banking sector, panelists and facilitators and moderators, representatives of academia and training institutions, including NEMISA and MIXITA, leaders from the private sector, business and entrepreneurship support organizations, civil society partners and social enterprises, but most importantly, the young people of South Africa that are gathered here in person and joining us online. Good morning. Good morning. Sanbonani. Dumelang. Abshe. Thank you very much. We gather today on the last day of September, the month on which our nation celebrates its diverse heritage. Heritage is not about remembering where we come from. It is about shaping the legacy we leave behind. 3 decades into our democratic dispensation, we have to agree that youth empowerment can no longer be business as usual. We urgently need new tools to cope with the threat landscape and reality that is increasingly existential in nature, and to make the most of emerging opportunities, particularly those in the digital and solidarity economies. As a department, we carry a significant mandate. To fulfill it, we require partnerships that cut across government and society as a whole. The very legitimacy of our democratic experiment, including our constitutional order, depends on both our actions and our inactions towards women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, you will agree that throughout history, it has always been the youth who have stood at the forefront of change. They have been builders of nations, leaders of movements, innovators of technology, pioneers of culture and science, Each generation of young people has carried society forward, leaving a mark that defines the future. Today, in the digital age, that responsibility rests with you, our young people, the youth of South Africa. Just as earlier generations expanded the boundaries of freedom, this generation must expand the boundaries of innovation and opportunity. This Indaba is therefore more than a gathering. It is a call to action to confront the harsh realities facing young people and to ensure that every young South African has the opportunity to participate meaningfully in our economy. Colleagues, the challenges facing young people today are not only about employment. They are about participation in an economy being reshaped by technology at breathtaking speed. Artificial intelligence, robotics, cloud computing, fintech, and platform work are no longer distant ideas. They are already transforming the way industries operate and the way people live. And yet too many of our youth remain on the margins of this transformation. Fewer than 5% of young Africans have access to advanced training in coding, data science, AI, or cybersecurity. In South Africa, only about 1/3 of young people in rural areas report adequate digital literacy. Millions still lack the basic, affordable data, reliable devices, and consistent electricity. South Africa ranks 103 out of 199 countries in the world, Bank's GovTech Maturity Index, measuring public sector digital transformation. We are number 65 out of 193 in the United Nations 2022 e-government index. At the same time, more than 30,000 ICT jobs remain vacant in our country today, many of them being entry-level positions that young people should be ready to fill. This is the digital divide. It is not about access to gadgets, it is about access to the future. Global players are taking note. Microsoft has committed to train 1 million South Africans in AI and cybersecurity by 2026. And we say this in 2025. And for sure, we must be able, Microsoft, to know where those young people are. And we must be able to see and touch and feel them so that it's not just a number, but it's people that we can see. Google, Meta, and other tech firms have all launched Africa equally bold commitments from our own government, private sector, academia, and civil society. The question before us is therefore urgent. Will these opportunities become the privilege of a few or the inheritance of all? Will technology deepen inequality, or can it be the bridge that breaks the cycle of exclusion? The answer depends on the choice we make today. If we act with determination, South Africa's youth will not only find employment in the digital economy, they will create it. They will not only participate in global value chains, they will lead them. The rise of this sector has fundamentally restructured global value chains in ways that dramatically lower entry barriers for youth entrepreneurship. Unlike traditional industrial value chains that required substantial capital to access, a young person couldn't simply decide to manufacture automobile or semiconductors from their bedroom. Digital platforms enable youth to participate in global commerce with minimal upfront investment through smartphones and internet connectivity. So the smartphones that we have can actually liberate us. A young woman in Nelspruit, where I come from, can design graphics on a basic laptop and sell services to clients in London, bypassing traditional employment gatekeepers and geographic constraints. a rural youth in Vietnam can source handcrafts from local artisans and sell them globally through e-commerce platforms, creating incomes for entire villages while building digital marketing and logistics capabilities. In Kenya, M-Pesa's mobile money ecosystem has unleashed thousands of youth-operated agent businesses with young entrepreneurs managing cash-in, cash-out services, microloans, and digital payment facilitation, financial services previously monopolized by formal banks requiring credentials and connections most youth lacked. The Asian Development Bank estimated in 2023 that digital platforms and e-commerce enabled approximately 87 million youth across Asia, Africa, and Latin America to generate income who would otherwise have remained unemployed or underemployed, representing the largest single expansion of youth economic participation in human history. These platforms have provided more than just income. They've also enabled learning opportunities as youth acquire digital literacy, customer service skills, financial management capabilities, and cross-cultural communication competencies through platform participation that traditional education systems fail to deliver, essentially creating apprenticeship systems at global scales. Importantly, the transformative opportunity embedded in digital value chains lies not in youth as passive platform users, but in building indigenous platform ecosystems, digital public infrastructure, and enabling environments where youth become platform creators, owners, and governors rather than merely gig workers and content generators. Rwanda's Digital Ambassadors Program trains thousands of youth in digital skills, then connects them to government digitalization projects, creating pathways from platform participation to platform development. And young Rwandans who began selling craft online now build e-government portals and digital payment systems for their own country. India's ONDC, that is Open Network for Digital Commerce initiative, rather than allowing Amazon and Flipkart to monopolize e-commerce, it creates the digital infrastructure enabling any retailer or logistics provider to participate. Youth can build specialized services on open protocols rather than being confined to terms set by foreign platforms. So Program Director, this is why the SANDF-led National Youth Service was established as a structured response to youth unemployment and exclusion. When it was launched in May 2024 by the Deputy President, the National Youth Service was not intended to be just another training initiative. It was conceived as a movement of service, patriotism, and opportunity, instilling discipline, leadership, and purpose, while equipping young people with the skills that our economy urgently needs. The National Youth Service is firmly anchored in the National Youth Policy 2020-2030, our blueprint for youth development. This policy reminds us that South Africa cannot prosper if its young people remain on the margins. It prioritizes quality education and second chances, job creation and entrepreneurship, health and well-being, social cohesion, and meaningful youth participation in shaping decisions that affect their future. The program itself has been designed around 6 key streams of opportunity. The first being food and agricultural value chains, maritime and oceans economy, number 2, number 3, engineering, construction, manufacturing and infrastructure, number 4, defense industries, public safety and security, number 5, healthcare, and number 6 is youth in digital and platform economies. Program Director, today's Indaba focuses on the digital stream. Because if our youth are not prepared for artificial intelligence, robotics, fintech, and the platform economy, they will be left behind. This Indaba connects South Africa's youth to Africa's broader agenda as per the AFCFTA protocol on women and youth in trade, which opens doors for young South Africans to become digital entrepreneurs, innovators, and exporters in a single continental market. And this stream is not abstract. It connects directly to concrete interventions already underway, including a cabinet-approved digital transformation roadmap with clear coordinated actions to implement digital public infrastructure, primarily focusing on digital identity, digital payments, and data exchanges. The South African National AI Policy Framework of 2024, which commits us to an ethical, human-centered approach to artificial intelligence. The Digital Skills Master Plan of the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. The work of NEMISA and MIXITA, expanding accredited trading in coding, US design, and cloud computing. The TVET Innovation Hubs established by the Department of Higher Education and Training, which are exposing students to robotics, 3D printing, and advanced manufacturing. The Department of Science and Technology and Innovation, through the CSIR and the Innovation Fund, supporting youth-led startups in AI, green technology, and digital health. But government cannot do this alone. This Indaba must deliver more than inspiring speeches. It must deliver commitments that are clear, that are practical, and that are trackable. Telecommunications companies must expand affordable data, improve rural connectivity, and support youth tech enterprises. Banks and development finance institutions must go beyond traditional lending and commit to venture capital, incubation, and mentoring for youth-led startups. Training institutions and SETAs, that is our tertiary institutions, must fast-track digital accreditation and ensure that courses match the needs of industry. The private sector must expand internship, apprenticeships, and workplace opportunities in the digital economy. Civil society and social enterprises must continue bridging young people into networks of innovation and opportunity. Above all, young people must live here not with promises alone, but with concrete opportunities in hand. Esteemed CEOs, leaders of industry and civil society, educators, development partners, members of the media, and most importantly, our young people, today we must connect promise to possibility. Program Director, in the coming weeks, we will be announcing a major partnership with an international organization dedicated to support girls in AI, coding, and robotics applications across a range of economic activities. So we did not just go to UN to attend, but also to secure opportunities for our young people. The Digital Skills Development and Training Program has been secured. In this regard, we have signed an MOU that affords us to train 600,000 youth across 52 sectors, some of which have not yet been established in South Africa. Each course, if you look at it, it is worth $9,000, but it will be offered for free in South Africa. So this program is not just a training effort, it is a national pipeline from learning to livelihoods. It will equip young people with future fit capabilities in artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, climate change adaptation, and the green economy, sustainable development and public innovations, gender-based violence and femicide prevention, response and survivor support, as well as priority skills in allied sectors such as health tech, agri-tech, renewable energy, creative industries, the K-economy, and public service. As a matter of fact, out of the 52 sectors that we can choose, we will actually inform them that for South Africa, this is what we want to prioritize. And that is why I said to the program director, I will probably need you, because as we do that, we'll need people that are clued up on these matters, so that we save for 600,000 young people out of these 52 that we can choose from. This is what we can prioritize for free. So yes, our vision is simply and profound. A nation where a young person's future is determined not by the limits of circumstances, but by the breadth of their skills, the strength of their character, and the opportunities we create together. Together, we will transform potential into productivity, vulnerability into resilience, and hope into hard outcomes. To the CEO here today, I look forward to our meeting, working side by side to open these 600,000 opportunities and doors. However, Dr. Benes, let us leave here today with clear commitments and pledges. How many youth each institution that is represented here will train? What are the exit opportunities? What and when will they be trained? And what are the skills? So that, and are those courses accredited? And that is the feedback that one is expecting, so that it's not yet another Indaba for the sake of Indaba. If we act with agency and unity, the commitments forged here today will not only change the lives of young people now, they will shape the legacy of our nation for generations to come. As we gather in this Heritage Month, let us remember that true legacy we leave is not measured in the monuments we build, but in the opportunities we create for the next generation. The SANDF-led National Youth Service and the National Youth Policy 2020-2030 are more than policies. They are commitments to ensure that no young South African is left behind. What will define this Indaba is not what is spoken here, but what is delivered after this. Let us therefore live here united in one purpose: to equip our youth with the skills, the opportunities, and the confidence to lead South Africa into the digital age. As Nkwame Krume reminded us, the future of our youth is the future of our continent. And as Thomas Sankara urged us, we must dare to invent the future. So today, let us stay with and for our young people to invent a digital future that is inclusive, innovative, and truly African. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you to Minister Chikunga. You know, at the heart of everything I do, I'm deeply passionate about the advancement of young people and ensuring that we are placed in spaces that where voices actually matter. I don't want to say I'm looking forward to it, but I'm pretty sure that we are all looking forward to hearing more about the upcoming initiatives led by the department minister. Thank you. The minister gave us some marching orders. She said we must expand the boundaries of innovation and creativity. She said to access the future, we must be prepared for a platform economy. She said the stakeholders must deliver more than just inspiring speeches. There must be a promise to connect promise to possibility. And while we sort of think about all of those insights and those marching orders, I'd like to call upon our choir to just give us one or two items, musical items, please.
Yesu langa lompe umlo ah. Isi aga misi sasa jiwange wemntanami wokuthula yoho oh kuthame oh oh isandla osiyagezana oh isandla siyagezana oh yeah. Oh, isandla osiyagezana oh oh isandla osiyagezana oh oh
At the heart of digitization is truly harmony, right? Thank you so much for those melodic sounds. The next speaker has inspired me to get my doctorate, Minister, and she's making education very fashionable. In a couple of years, I'll probably be also a Dr. Mthethwa. Fresh from New York also, she represented the National Youth Development Agency quite well, where she championed for inclusivity in the form of LGBTQI rights. It's my honor to introduce the chairperson of the National Youth Development Agency. Her work underscores the importance of inclusion, particularly in the digital space, ensuring that young people from all backgrounds can access, participate, and shape the technologies that are shaping our future. Dr. Sunshine Nyande.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Do we have young people in the room? Do we have young people in the room? I am young people, I am young people, uzoyithola kanjani? Uhlala khoneni? One young person? Thank you. Okay, they are contesting views. The minister is saying one condom, the other one is saying one PhD. So let's do both. One young person, one PhD, one condom. Thank you very much. Greetings to the Honorable Minister. Greetings to the advisor of the Minister, Dr. Masuta. Greetings to the DG, to all the CEOs in the room. Allow me to say all protocol is observed. But most importantly, good morning, young people. There's nothing in South Africa that feels good like to be a young person. So, singabi low, singabi down, never. Economy Minister, young people, things that they do when they wake up, there's something that called get ready with me. Uyabezwa njengoba bevuma minister ngoba bayayazi. Uthi uvuka ke minister from ufaka office wash, ugqoka minister, uhamba. Kukhona no spend a day with me. So one day maybe teaching, we must also have one for the minister where she, from the time she gets up till she gets at work, so that young people know what the minister is doing. Nami ngizoyenza minister get ready with me one day. It is a profound honor for the National Youth Development Agency to deliver this message of support today at this National Youth Service Indaba. This gathering is timely, necessary, and deeply aligned with our national vision of tackling youth unemployment through innovation and partnership. Honorable Minister, you remember during the United Nations where we're coming from, one of the side events in the G20, we emphasized that our mission is to ensure there's inclusion and ensure that we grow our economies in a way that no one is left behind. And today we meet under the theme, Digital Pathways to Employment, which speaks to one of the most urgent priorities of our time as young people, ensuring that the youth of South Africa are not left behind in the fast-changing digital economy. Technology is not just an enabler, it is a driver of growth in our economy, a creator of opportunities, and a bridge towards equality. As today's Indaba seeks to identify skills, employment, and entrepreneurship opportunities for young people within the digital sector, at the NYDA, we view this as a continuation of our mission to empower young people with tools to prepare them for the future of work by linking young people to digital training and earning opportunities. We're not only addressing the immediate unemployment challenges that is currently a scourge that is facing us as young people, Minister. As young people, majority of us are depressed because we're unemployed. So today, this gathering must be able to inform how digital economy can address issues of unemployment in South Africa, but also lay the foundation for a more inclusive and resilient economy that us as young people must be at the forefront of leading. Furthermore, we recognize that unemployment is not just statistics. These are human beings, Minister. I know that most of the times the statistician general goes on TV to say 64%, 65%. These are not numbers. These are human beings. These are our sisters. These are our siblings. These are our friends that are currently unemployed. This is our lived reality as young people in South Africa, of which majority of them have potential that remains untapped. This is why a concrete implementation plan, DG, is important for us that must come out from this Indaba. This also serves as an opportunity that we go beyond just a conversation, but we go into action. As young people, Minister, we are tired of gatherings where we just speak. We want action as young people. We want to move beyond words. We want to be able to have measurable steps, DG, that are going to speak on the issues of ensuring that young people access digital skills training, young people have entry-level jobs within the digital space, young people have internships and different pathways into entrepreneurship within the digital economy and the overall economy in South Africa. One stands here today to lobby network providers. I heard there's a CEO of Telkom and other CEOs in the room. Where I come from KwaZulu-Natal. In KwaZulu-Natal, there are areas where you go to, Komkhanyakude, Komsinga, Komutu, in the deep rural areas where there's no access to network. But we are seated in this room today to discuss digital economy, where there's a young person sitting right now who's not even able to access this particular platform that we're here to discuss today. So I'm here to lobby digital providers, network providers in the room to expand your footprint, particularly in rural provinces, so that young people are not left behind. NSFAS currently is open for young people to go and apply. But how do we expect young people to apply for NSFAS that is online when network is not even available where they are currently residing? So this is a conversation that we must have, and the private sector must be actively leading that particular conversation. And us as the NYDA, we're going to be vocal and fighting for young people to access internet in their respective rural communities. For the NYDA board, our mission is very clear: to ensure that there's no young person who's left behind. Young people should not be left behind. We should ensure that there's inclusion and access for all young people. Maybe majority of us that are seated here, maybe we're familiar with where we are at, but there's a young person today that doesn't even know of this place, that doesn't even know of what digital economy is. So us as the NYDA, we're going to lead a program of inclusion for all young people in South Africa, particularly for young women, youth in rural areas, and youth in informal settlements, and those who continue to face multiple forms of exclusion. It also means recognizing the rights and aspirations of LGBTQIA+ youth, who remain amongst the most marginalized in our society. It is particularly significant that the SANDF is taking place a day before we officially kick off our Pride Month in South Africa. A reminder that building digital pathways to employment must also be about dignity, diversity, and equality. The NYDA is committed to playing its role in the digital revolution. Our programs on youth entrepreneurship, support, grant funding, and skills development are already being aligned with opportunities of the digital economy. We're working with partners across sectors to expand our digital literacy and our coding. I'm very much happy for young people in South Africa that you have a minister that loves and cares about you. I'm excited about the announcement that she's going to be making. The day when she was signing, I was busy dancing because I'm excited for what the minister is bringing for us as young people in South Africa. To improve accessibility that is responsible for young people in South Africa, as the NYDA, we have taken a decision to have an NYDA app. This is going to be an app, Minister, that is going to be zero, that you're not going to require to buy data in order for you to access the services of the NYDA. We want to ensure that even a young person only afford the data is able to access different services or opportunities for young people in South Africa. So that is going to try to bridge the current digital divide amongst us as young people. As we deliberate today, let us keep in mind that young people are not a problem to be solved, but instead we are the solution for this country. By investing in us, and investing in our creativity, our digital fluency, and our entrepreneurial spirit as young people, we're investing in a South Africa that is going to be very prosperous. And the next Indaba, we must invite universities, Dr. Masuta, and the Department of Basic Education, for us to understand and be able to influence on a policy level on how the current curriculum or what we're being taught at school can be reformed to ensure that young people participate actively in the digital economy. We cannot continue to have a curriculum that is not aligned to our realities as young people. The future we're building is one where every young South African can say, I'm trained, I'm skilled, and I'm employable. That's the future that we must be able to build as young people. And to the youth gathered today and across the country and those that are joining us virtually, I want to say this to us as young people. The digital economy belongs to you. Claim it boldly, shape it with courage, and lead it with innovation. I thank you.
I think there's a t-shirt coming up that says, I am trained, I am skilled, and I am employable. Can we brand it? Let's do it. Let's do it. So what should the youth expect today? Dr. Shanshan Miende touched a bit about it, but I'd like to reiterate on it a bit further. There should be insights on how the digital economy is creating new pathways for jobs and entrepreneurship. There should be opportunities to connect with organizations offering training and employment initiatives. There should be practical advice from industry leaders, government, and young entrepreneurs. There should be a chance to contribute to shaping the implementation plan that would follow this Indaba. Because again, this is not just a talk shop, remember that. So this year, I had the privilege of representing South Africa as a delegate to the Y20 Summit on the track Artificial Intelligence, Digital Innovation, Education, and the Future of Work. And I must tell you that all our delegates from the different G20 countries had amazing things to say about South Africa. And that is because of just one person. Mr. Neville Mikey, Brand SA CEO, who's our next speaker, has the unique responsibility of marketing South Africa to the world. And let's be honest, right? South Africans do make it easy because we already are our own brand ambassadors. Please welcome Mr. Neville.
Have height issues. Honorable Minister, Minister Chikunga, whom again we were together in New York last week. I must say our minister is dynamic, isn't she? I mean, she's a powerhouse. Please give her a big round of applause. I stand on the protocol already established, but I have to greet my boss. Good morning, young leaders of Africa. Good morning, young leaders of Africa. It is both an honor and a responsibility to speak to you today, not just as tomorrow's leaders, but also as today's change makers. You are not just the future of Africa, you are its present power. You are the pulse of a rising continent, the heartbeat of a new era. When we speak of African leadership, we are blessed to have giants whose footsteps still echo in our decisions and dreams. Our leaders, such as Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, taught us that of the power of forgiveness, unity, and resilience. After 27 years behind bars, he emerged not bitter, but better. Leading a divided nation towards democracy, he showed us that leadership is not about domination, but about healing. Julius Nyerere, a teacher and the president of Tanzania, reminded us that leadership must be humble and grounded in the needs of their people. Kwame Nkrumah, Ghana's visionary, warmed us early where he said, Africa must unite. So I ask you today, what kind of leader will you be? Will you lead for applause or for purpose? Will you build followers or create leaders? Will you wait for permission or act with conviction? Leadership is not just found in parliament and podiums, as my minister said. Today, it's found in innovation hubs, in tech startups, in green farms, in the digital marketplace. Today, I stand before you, not just as a speaker, but someone who believes in the limitless potential of young people. Although I'm not so young anymore, I'm old youth. You are the heartbeat of our nation, and you are our nation's future. And the world of innovation and information technology is calling your name. South Africa is buzzing with opportunity, from Cape Town to Johannesburg, to Durban, to Gqeberha, to Seshego, to Mabatu, you name every city. We are seeing a digital revolution unfolding. ICT is no longer just about coding or computers. It's about creating solutions that change lives. It's about building apps that connect communities, designing platforms that empower small businesses, and using technology to solve their challenges like healthcare access, education, climate change. Why should you dive into innovation and ICT? Because South Africa needs your ideas and energy and unique perspectives. There are programs such as Innovation Hubs, MLab, initiatives like Youth Startups CT, which are here to support you in training and funding and mentorships. Government also has put in place numerous programs, as my minister has indicated earlier, that assist you. My question to you is, what are you doing about it? Are you waiting for somebody to do it for you, or are you going to take that opportunity with both hands? Imagine creating a solution that helps rural farmers to track their crops with smartphone apps, or designing a platform that gives young people access to online learning. Your innovation could transform lives and create jobs and put South Africa on the map of the tech map. And don't be afraid to fail. Every great innovator has stumbled. But through stumbling and getting up and moving forward, they have created better businesses. Africa is the next global economic frontier, and everyone sees it. We are home to over 1.4 billion people, with the world's largest, youngest population and vast natural resources. Yet the real resource is sitting right here in this room. It is you. Doing businesses in Africa is not without its challenge, but it's full of opportunities. We are digitizing fast. Our middle class is growing. Mobile banking, fintech, and renewable energy are transforming rural and urban communities alike. We also have the Africa Continental Free Trade Area that gives you opportunity and access to the rest of Africa. We must stop looking outward before we start looking inward. It's important that we look inward. So I leave you with this. Let Madiba remind us that reconciliation is power. Let Nyerere remind you and inspire you to lead with humility and intellect. Let Nkrumah push you to build Africa's unity and economic freedom. And let this conference today spark within you a fire that will assist you to build and create something new for our country. I need to also pause and indicate that learning always takes place. I too continue learning. About 3 weeks ago, I completed a program at one of the universities, and I was awarded a fellowship honorarium at that session. And as part of that learning, we visited it's called the history of computers. And it was absolutely shocking and amazing to see how the world has moved forward. And we tend to always think that only now it is starting. Computers started in the 40s, the 50s, 1940s, 1950s. That's what I mean. Before I was born, before you were born. Today, they continue innovating and innovating and innovating. You need to do the same. Where you are given opportunities to learn, and there's plenty of companies. My minister spoke about a number of programs government is offering to you. If you don't take the advantage, I promise you somebody else is going to overtake us. They will bring the solution here for us. But you can create that solution for us as a country and continue to build our nation. Let us not wait for others. There's innovations such as Yoko that started right here in this country that are now revolutionizing the world. Why is it that you can't do the same? The opportunities are there. Please use them. Don't wait and say, somebody else must do it for me. All I want is to get in at the tail end. You need to put in the work. You need to also write that business plan. You need to be part of that process. NYDA has just announced a number of programs, and it would be great for us to have a group, perhaps a competition, NYDA, and through the minister, for young people that are here today. Next year, this time, we should have actually taken at least 5 or 10 of them to the Silicon Valley. Let them go and see. I've got connections, obviously, because I did my program in Stanford University. Let us see how we can do it. But you've got to earn it. It's not a free ticket. You've got to earn it. You've got to put in the resource. So that is a challenge through minister's leadership for us and NYDA to create that program for you. I thank you.
This plan is taking shape. 5 or 10 of us are going to Silicon Valley. come this time next year. One key takeaway is that it's okay to stumble, but you need to also get up after you've stumbled. So Amazon Web Services is not just a global leader in cloud technology. It's a bridge, bridging global ideas, innovation, and solutions right here in South Africa. By localizing world-class technologies, AWS is helping our government, businesses, and especially our young people tap into the same digital tools that power industries across the globe, by making sure South Africa doesn't just consume global innovation, but contributes to it, shaping solutions for Africa to the world. Please help me welcome Mr. Lionel Koza from AWS.
Good morning, everybody. But let me start with the Honorable Minister and the DG as well, and to say that all protocol is duly observed. So the name is Lionel, surname is Koza. Maybe let me tell you a story, right? So 20 years ago, Amazon, that you know, like Amazon Retail, commissioned a team here in Cape Town, in South Africa, to start a project that will enable Amazon Retail to scale. So Amazon, as you know, sells books, right? It's an e-commerce platform, leading one across the globe. Started by Jeff Bezos in the US. But there was a point where Amazon could not scale. So we had a lot of customers trying to access our service, but because of the lack of infrastructure, we could not scale. So Amazon then decided, let me get clever people down in South Africa to solve this problem. These clever people were situated in Cape Town. I'm thinking in like a garage. They then created a capability called Elastic Cloud Computing, which is EC2. And that's where Amazon Web Services was actually born, right here in South Africa. So AWS is actually part of the Amazon group of companies. So we've got AWS, we've got Amazon Retail or Amazon.co.za in South Africa. We've got Amazon also from a media perspective. We've got that business as well. But I'm here representing Amazon Web Services. And we are indeed a leader in cloud services. We are pioneers in cloud services. And like I said, we started here in South Africa. If you look at these big banks, I mean, speak about Absa Bank as an example, it's running on Amazon Web Services. If you look at your net banks or standard banks, we've got a relationship with, these big banks as well. Now, from 2018 up to 2022, we have invested around 15.6 billion rands, right? Because what we did is that we created our region. Region, you might think about it as data centers here in the country, which is situated in the Western Cape, in Cape Town. So with that, we invested about 15.6 billion rands. Now, with saying that, our focus and commitment on youth development is really unparalleled. We've got a number of programs that we've launched, and I can speak to a couple of them. There is a program that we call AWS Academy. So this particular program really focuses on higher learning. So this is for university students, where we provide free training for university students. And we've got relationships with or partnerships with a number of institutions of higher learning. So that's one program that we have. We're training a number of students there. And I must also emphasize that the importance of training around cloud, because cloud speaks to artificial intelligence. As you know, artificial intelligence is actually the future, right? not only of South Africa, but of the world. You might have also seen in the news that there is a number of jobs that are being lost because of AI. So what that means is that if we as young people in this particular room are not embracing and not learning these particular skills, will be left behind. So that is basically the AWS Academy. We also launched what we call AWS Educate. So AWS Educate really focuses on everyone that would like to, learn about cloud. I mean, we have over 500 free courses that we provide, and these courses will get you ready to be, employable from a cloud perspective. Now, the Honorable Minister spoke about agri-tech, health techs, and I can add ed-techs, fintechs. So all of these areas require skills. Now, I'm actually very passionate not only about getting you employed, I'm also passionate about getting you to create things, to become entrepreneurs. Because when I speak to SETA and I speak to the minister, the DG of DCDT, they tell me about sovereign applications. So what that means is that which applications have we built as South Africans? And looking at this brain power here in this particular room, I believe that we do have the capability to build our own applications that we can then use here in South Africa and also take them out of this particular country to the rest of the continent. We have that. But in order for us to achieve that, we need this training and immerse ourselves, take advantage of all this, free courses. So I spoke about AWS Educate. This is open to the public. Public can actually register and then you'll get actually another training. But the other training that we do, or other program that we have, is what we call AWS Restart. So AWS Restart is a cohort-based workforce development program. So we have a couple of partners that we're working with. What happens is that there's a cohort of youth that get absorbed into the program. This program runs for about 12 weeks. And what then happens after the program is that you are then connected to an employer. An employer will actually employ you. That's what we call AWS Restart. It's a program that is live. Our partners are attracting a number of youth applicants that are applying there. So that's what we have. The other thing that we did, because look, these are all the programs that we're running, but we believe we can do more. What we did is that in 2023, we opened our AWS Skill Center, first of its kind outside the US. So these skill centers are only in the US. Outside the US, the first one was actually established here in South Africa. Again, because we are based more in Cape Town, it was actually created there. However, that skill center enables anyone to actually connect to it remotely. So we can come up with a program where we will then allow young people to actually connect to that skill center to learn about AI, about fourth industrial revolution technologies, exponential technologies, and the likes. Yesterday, I had a privilege of hosting the Mpumalanga government as an example, and we're talking about the same, where we want to use the skill center to actually connect and develop the youth in Mpumalanga as an example. So that is basically the AWS Skill Center, which is in Cape Town. Now, the Honorable CEO of NYDA spoke about connectivity. She spoke about digital divide, to say that in rural areas, we don't have the connectivity, and I do concur with that. So from AWS perspective or Amazon perspective, we have, we're in the process of launching what we call Project Kuiper. This is a satellite-based broadband service. So it's a low Earth orbiting satellite-based broadband service. We are in the process of launching that. To date, we have launched about 129 satellites. So they are now actually now orbiting in space. 47 of them we actually launched 4 days ago, which brought the number to 129. Now, maybe in closing from my side, is that we are extremely committed to youth, development. We are extremely committed to that. We are also committed to developing women as well. And we are here and we are saying, we are raising our hands to say that we would like to form part of this particular program. We do have free courses. And like I said, we have a number of programs, and let's make it happen. We are available. Thank you so much.
So we all do know that affordability is also another issue that young people face. So when I hear the word free, I get excited, get very, very excited. Growing up, we used to be told about flying cars, right? When I hear Earth orbiting satellites, it gives me that image of these flying cars out there in the space. But if you bear with me just 1 minute, if you turn maybe just a bit to the back, right? There are stairs leading up to exhibition areas. So what's going to happen now is that we're going to break for tea, just have a little breather, networking, a bit of networking, and just exploring the exhibition space. So that's what we're going to do now. So I encourage you to take on the lessons and the insights shared by the multiple different stakeholders, and also just engage, be loud about what you're doing, and engage. Thank you very much. About what you're doing, and engage. Thank you very much.
that we do, be it banking, entertainment, shopping, it all involves tech. But when you look at it from a South African perspective, it's still a luxury for most people, and it's still a barrier, and we still have a digital divide when it comes to technology. Our market has been dominated by imports and global brands for a long time. And because of that, we've kind of found ourselves in a place where local consumers are kind of stuck with international brands, distance support, and also there's certain careers that as a South African child or person, you don't actually look to get into. So I'll give you an example, a hardware designer or a product hardware designer for tech stuff or laptops or tablets. It's not a common career in South Africa because we don't have a lot of brands that are based locally and manufactured locally. So the story about Matt Black is a proudly South African owned technology brand that aims to capture market share in the country's fast growing ICT sector. So currently we build devices, we build laptops, tablets, all-in-one computers and computer screens, which are all locally assembled in South Africa. We have 2 assembly plants, one in Rustenburg and also one in close to Vereeniging. That's how I pronounce it. At Matt Black, we build devices that are made for the African market. Our product line, we have the Essential series, which is entry-level products, tablet screens. It's mainly focused for students and households. And then we have the Pro series, which is focused at mid-range devices, professionals, SMMEs, corporates that just need tools to work and grow their business. And then we also have like a special line that we've built called an enterprise line. It's mainly for bulk orders and it's tailored specifically for corporates and for government projects. With this enterprise line, what we like to do is we like to offer custom devices to corporates. So if you are a company that runs an analytics and data, which requires heavy computing power, you can actually customize all of your laptops, all of your tablets from factory. And yeah, it does not affect your warranty or anything. But also, we don't just do hardware, we also do software, which allows us to kind of build an ecosystem internally. Currently, we have our own in-house built AI called Kaisera AI, which provides 24/7 intelligent multilingual support for all of our devices. So one of the things that we're doing is we're looking at bridging the language barrier as well, so you can get technical support in isiZulu, Afrikaans, whichever language that it is that you would like to get support in. So yeah, I think the biggest thing that we're doing here is we're building this company to serve our markets, and we're doing it in a way that will serve the country as well. And we focus on we focus on assembling locally. And by that, we're not just creating products, we're also creating jobs. We're creating a new generation of technicians, engineers, product developers, and so on. And we're also fostering a sense of ownership and pride in our innovations. And we just want people in South Africa to dream of actually of building tech products and interacting with tech products in a different way, other than just consuming them. So yeah, I'm just going to close with this in terms of our socio-economic impact, in terms of what we're doing here. So within the next year, we're going to do about 50 new direct jobs. We are also prioritizing youth and under 35, and at least 40% of the new roles that will be opening up through Matt Black will be accessible to women. And we currently do have an assembly plant with 15 people inside, but yeah, we're going to be getting 50 more. And yeah, Matt Black is just more than about hardware, laptops, and tablets. I think it's a statement. It's about building a future where our children and our youth and our people don't just consume technology, but they're able to create it. And this will empower the nation, obviously, to kind of build its own destiny, one device at a time. Thank you.
Please don't disappear. Please stay with me. So I've got a couple of goodie bags and I want Emmanuel to ask a question. And then if you answer the question correctly, you'll get a goodie bag. Can we do that? Question
Question.
about your product.
Okay, cool. Okay, I said we offer 4 types of products. Can anyone give me what they are? Eh?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Greetings. My name is Tapelo Lepallo. I couldn't hold myself when I hear about PECs and so. So I have an answer for you, which is the first one is going to be the data capturing. And the second answer is for the devices. And the third one is to do the tablets. Thank you. Oh, you want the last one?
Last one.
No, you just said only one. I forgot it.
I'll give him one for the efforts. He was almost there. I was almost there.
All right. Up next, we've got Masintle from MN Risk Services.
Good day, everyone. I am a climate and sustainability analyst and researcher at Immon Risk Services. I am also the co-director of Immon Risk Services. So a bit of background of how we came up with the organization is that, firstly, it is a 100% Black, female, and youth company with comprehensive research into opportunities within the sustainability sector locally. The main objective is to provide climate and sustainability issues and also promote sustainable business practices in our industries. Climate change. Climate change is an issue that we're all familiar with, right? The releasing of first and foremost, the releasing of carbon emissions into the atmosphere for development has caused what we know as climate change. This is quite bad because we bear, as the African continent, we bear the brunt of something that we're least responsible for as we contribute the least to climate change. Some of these impacts of the climate crisis that we face today are floods, heat waves, and those are amongst other disasters that we face. So as the African continent, we need to promote sustainable development. We cannot develop the way the West has. We need to reimagine the development. Currently, South Africa is leading with carbon emissions due to our energy sector that is heavily reliant on coal to produce electricity. It's important to monitor our carbon emissions so that we do not exacerbate climate change. One of the issues that we face due to climate change is that Southern Africa is getting generally drier, meaning water availability is getting scarce. So it's very important to manage our carbon emissions and water usage so that we not only mitigate climate change, but we are adapting to climate change and the regional changes that we are experiencing in Southern Africa and other parts of the world. So at MN Risk Services, we are a green technology company. We, myself, along with other creators, developed the Aura ESG tracker, which is a cloud-based platform that offers real-time tracking, monitoring, and measuring of environmental data. That way we promote sustainable business practices. We track carbon emissions, we track water usage, and we track waste so that we can promote the circular economy. That way we have less plastic material in our oceans that affects marine life and less plastic or waste in our landfills. That way we pollute our water and air less in landfills. So the purpose of measuring and accounting for environmental data is that we make sure that we have a measurable impact and data that is auditable to avoid greenwashing. So features of the Aura ESG tracker is that it creates data collection, measurement, and monitoring and reporting. It has API integration. That way it can be integrated with any reporting standard that a company may use. The matrix is energy, water, and waste, as I have mentioned previously, but also it gets insight into value chain operations. So you don't measure the environmental impact of your immediate operations or of your organization, but rather also across the value chain. So from your suppliers as well. So in a nutshell, the boundaries is we measure scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. As I mentioned, the value chain, we measure carbon emissions so that you can reduce your environmental impact. And we set science-based targets from the data that we collected from the Aura ESG tracker to ensure that you comply with environmental and climate regulations in order to promote a more sustainable world and adhere to the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Asintle. I imagine now that we were all listening, right? Masintle is going to ask a question and then a goodie bag for the right answer. All right.
I mentioned one of the effects of climate change within the Southern African region. What is the effect of climate change?
Pick someone.
Greetings to you all. My name is Monica. So in answer to your question it's drought. So it seems like the water is scarce in Southern Africa.
I get the feeling we're listening now. Masintle, can you grab a goodie bag? If you're satisfied with the answer.
I'm satisfied with the answer.
All right, can you grab a goodie bag and give it to the lady? And Emmanuel, can you also grab a goodie bag and give it to the gentleman? And I release you then. All right, so up next, we've got Nkululeko Zwane from ZA Horizon.
Life is funny. 1 minute you're in Soweto, you don't know what to do with your life. Next thing you're addressing, find people here. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nkululeko Zwane, and I'm here representing ZA Horizon IT Solutions, a South African tech company based somewhere. I'm joking, we're mobile. Wherever there's a township, we are there, we're operating. Mine will be very short. I prefer showing people what we do than actually telling them. So we are on a mission to empower township businesses to go digital. And our solution is called Local POS, Point of Sale, a business intelligent platform. So, but what is the problem? Across South Africa, especially in township and rural areas, small businesses remain the heartbeat of their communities, but they are being left behind by the digital economy. Many still rely on paperless receipts, cash-only payments, and word-of-mouth marketing. They struggle with stock tracking, customer data, and online visibility. So you can run your business in a township for 5 to 10 years, but still do not qualify for a mere 10,000 from the NYDA. Why? Because you don't have the proper documentation to submit and to prove that actually you are running a business, you're cutting people's hair, you're fixing people's hair, you're fixing cars, you're selling a quota, you're selling fruits, and these are the profits that I'm making every month. So you want to scale. So obviously banks cannot give you that money because you don't have those documents. So this creates a barrier to growth and job creation. Customers today expect digital convenience. If I want something, I want to have it quickly. I have a mobile phone. So if I can order something, I can do it. I don't want something that will make you up from my bed when it's raining just for me to go get a quota or just a bottle of water. It's convenience. But the tools available are either too expensive, too complicated, and simply not designed for township realities. So the solution, local point of sale, is a smart cloud-based point of sale and business management platform built for local township businesses by township innovators. It works on both mobile and web, supporting businesses whether they are selling from a spaza shop, from a salon, from a street stall, or a local eatery. And here's what makes it powerful. We have the business dashboard, which manages sales, stock, customers in real time. We have local language supports. Users can operate the systems in their home languages, removing barriers and making tech adoption easier. And this is important because we noted in our research that most people who are running these businesses didn't have an opportunity like us to actually go to school and advance their education. So it's important that we bring these solutions to them in languages that they understand and in tools that they're easy to implement and able to do. And then we have the customer app, which shoppers can pay in app or in person. They can rate and review businesses and receive digital receipts. We also have promotions and messaging. So businesses can send offers directly to customers, build loyalty and driving repeat sales. So if you're owning a saloon, people can just book an appointment. Unlike me walking into the saloon and there's 15 people there already. So I can then just book an appointment there and then tell you, so I'm coming at this time. And then you can confirm whether I should come or it's busy today and then there's a schedule when I should come. And then it's accessible as well. So because it's freemium for small businesses with advanced features offered through affordable subscriptions. Revenue also comes from in-app ads and premium services. It's a tool for economic transformation. Because by digitizing township businesses, we help them increase sales and efficiency. We reach more customers and build trust. And we compete on a bigger stage. And most importantly, we create jobs from local support agents, field installers, to community ambassadors teaching digital skills. It's tech that uplifts and made in South Africa for South Africa. But we are starting right here at home. But our vision goes beyond our borders because there is a salon in Nigeria, there is a salon in Cario, there is someone selling fruits in Ghana, in Benin, and in Mozambique. We believe that when local businesses thrive, communities rise. So if you believe, like we do, that the future of digital economy must include everyone, then local POS is a solution that makes it possible. So I invite you guys to visit our exhibition booth there, scan on WhatsApp QR code and see a live demo for how local POS is transforming township businesses today. Thank you. Okay. A quick question. Can someone summarize the solution? What are we exactly doing? What is the solution? What are we solving? Yes, miss?
Hello, my name is Yandisi Mangwana. So what are you doing is encouraging local businesses to be digital and to grow wider.
What I'm getting is that is not satisfied with the answer. Want to try someone else?
By reaching bigger audiences and being convenient.
Okay, well, that thought. Let's give the lady that side an opportunity, then we'll pick multiple choice.
Thank you. It seeks to support local businesses to manage their sales, stock, customers in real time through the customer app, the promotion and marketing app. And it's easily accessible, so affordability will enable them to be able to utilize the app. Thank you.
The lady is correct that side.
She was definitely listening. Please grab a bag. Thank you. Up next, we've got Unobuhle Mazibuko. She's promised to speak for 1.5 minutes. I'm pressed for time now.
Alrighty. It's still there? Yes, it just entered into the day. So everyone, my name is Nobuhle Mazibuko, and I'm from an agency called Nobstech. We are a digital transformation agency, and we have also identified a few issues that we've built an application to actually help address. So what we've identified is that 80% of homemade products, manufacturers struggle to price their products based on the ingredients that they've used. So what's our solution? We've built an application called Candle Calc, Can Do Calc, my apologies. And we've built an inventory and artisanal calculator that helps you price products and find suppliers near you. It helps you calculate the ingredients needed for a batch, and helps you source products at reasonable prices close to you. So with the AI capabilities to locate suppliers close to you, and it connects you to delivery partners that actually will circulate and get that product for you and deliver to your door. So the way that we've got this product is we offering freemium subscription where you get to use the calculator for free if you're basically starting out. And then we've also got premium services which come with features like inventory management, expense management, and also suggestions and alerts if there's sales going on and stuff for those specific products. So we are also looking to assist any manufacturer, be it candles, hair products, you name it. And we've basically got an AI assistant there to also assist you should you have any questions based on that specific product. And I guess that's it for me. Thanks, everyone.
Definitely took me off guard. Do you have a question
I have a question.
for the audience?
Okay. So I think, oh, where's it? Oh, yeah. Okay, so my question is, so I mentioned the benefits of having this application, right? So in terms of getting suppliers for you, so what was the key thing that I mentioned in terms of finding suppliers? Yes, lady. Around you, yes, within close proximity. Thank you.
Can you maybe repeat? Hold on. Can you maybe repeat for the benefits of the audience?
Hi all, my name is Oratile Smith, and your answer is it has AI capabilities that help you find suppliers around your area.
Perfect. You're satisfied, right? Please grab a goodie bag and hand it to her. Then up next is Samuel. Samuel is from Ubuntu D.
Hi everyone. Please bear with me. I'm not a good speaker, so I'll try and be a good speaker for today. So yeah, thank you so much. Once again, my name is Samuel Junior Mazibuko. I'm the founder of Ubuntu T. By the way, my question is gonna be around what is Ubuntu T. So yeah, Ubuntu T is a township-based sales, distribution, and direct-to-consumer last-mile delivery platform. Ubuntu D is a case study of township innovation, and the only thing missing is empowerment. And government can be the catalyst of township commerce by creating value-added service in the informal market sector with Ubuntu D. Executive summary. Ubuntu D is a pioneering based value-added service direct to consumer and fast food and liquor delivery platform, offering real-time delivery within 60 minutes. Our platform bridges the gap between township outlets and their broader markets, ensuring a seamless online shopping experience and efficient last mile delivery. With over 500 plus outlets in our database across 8 provinces, including 18 Soweto, we are uniquely positioned to revolutionize township commerce. The problem, township outlets, especially fast food and liquor businesses, often lack the digital infrastructure to tap into their full market. Okay. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, but I told you guys I'm not a good speaker, so yeah, please bear with me. So yeah, okay, okay. So customers face challenges in accessing services outside their immediate vicinity, limiting growth for outlets and convenience for consumers. Example, a Pimville resident cannot easily order from a Deep Blue fast food outlet due to logistical and operational constraints. The township retail sector, representing a significant portion of South Africa's economy, faces 3 critical challenges. Digital divide, 60% of township retail businesses operate without any on-site technology, creating significant inefficiencies in inventory management, payments, and customer service. Fragmented distribution, the lack of organized distribution networks results in higher costs for businesses and consumers with multiple intermediaries and inefficient supply chains. Limited access. Township residents face restricted access to essential goods and services due to infrastructure gaps and inadequate last mile delivery solutions. The solution, Ubuntu D offers delivery as a service, a real-time delivery platform connecting outlets to consumers within a 60-minute delivery window. Increased online presence. Outlets are equipped with a digital storefront, allowing them to reach customers beyond their traditional niche. Value-added services, advertising, subscription models, and commission-based revenue structure to ensure sustainability and growth. Why us? We have more reach than our competitors in 8 provinces, averaging 20 or more outlets per province. As technology continues to evolve and service the needs for the township retail market sector, this market has been overwhelmed with options. What is encouraging is that the innovation brought to this retail sector is being adopted. There is no evidence to support the existence of any front runners. More interesting is the existence of multiple technologies, they say, offering the same services. Our current assets, a database of 500 plus outlets in 8 provinces, with Soweto as our focal point, an operational website for the service, established relationships with Heineken Beverages, ensuring credibility and outreach potential. Thank you.
Thank you, Samuel. Do you have a question for the audience?
Yes. What does D in Ubuntu D mean? Oh. Yeah.
The gentleman here.
I think someone said something. I think the lady over there. Yeah.
Does that mean delivery?
Yes, correct. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think that was an unfair one, though. That was quite easy. Samuel, can you grab this bag and give it to the lady? Then last but not least, we've got Splash AI, Mr. Tabang Lifoa, and he's promised 1 minute.
Thank you.
Okay, there we go. Good day, everyone. My name is Tabang Lefoa. Some of you might know me as an actor on Skim Sampa. Today, I'm not here as Paula, but today I'm here as a tech innovator. So I'm a CEO and co-founder of a software company called Intech Group. We focus into artificial intelligence, robotics, data, and also software development. Let me just be honest with you. the beauty and hairdressing and wellness industry is an industry that is being overlooked. And here we are talking about a 30 billion industry in South Africa alone. So now, why don't we have our own platform? A platform that will be able to assist accredited beauty training institution, a platform that will be able to assist service providers that are into nails, makeup, hair, and also skin. Why are we not doing that? Why we don't have such a platform? Why don't we have a platform where service providers, when they have to go and do house call services, they always use public transportation? Why don't they have their own e-hailing platform? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about Splash AI. Your Splash AI in beauty, hairdressing, and wellness industry, your beauty with mobility. We have developed an e-hailing platform similar to your Shesha, your Bolt, but for the beauty industry. Now, you sitting at home as a customer, you'll be able to request services to come directly to your house. If you want to buy your hair, you want to buy hair, you want to buy products, you want to buy anything, you will be able to buy on the product on the very same platform. What are we hosting? We are hosting manufacturers, suppliers, and also beauty vendors as well. We are hosting beauty credit institutions. We are also hosting salons. We are also hosting individual service providers. We want all those African countries out there in Zimbabwe to also work with us in South Africa to export their stuff. We also locally in the townships. So we have people that are manufacturing their own products, but they don't have an online presence in the beauty industry. Ladies and gentlemen, Splash AI, it brings revolution. Not just that. We are working with e-hailing platforms like your Shesha, your South African Taxi Association. They have their own e-hailing. We have an exclusive contract with them. We are working with Uber. We are working with Bolt. They will be the ones transporting our service providers to go and do house calls. It comes with a panic button. Service providers, when they go and do house calls, they get nervous. It is difficult for them. They get kidnapped, a lot of things happen to them. Then therefore, we decided to create our own panic button. We want to work with the eGov. The eGov, they have their own panic app. So we're saying to the eGov, we also want to market your system into our platform using APIs. Ladies and gentlemen, Splash AI has an AI itself. You will be able to take a picture of your skin, your hair, your nails. The AI will tell you what type of beauty product you should buy depending on your needs. That means it diagnoses your skin and your hair, your nails. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Lastly, I would like to send a message to CETA, NYDA. NYDA, there was an exhibition happening in Soweto and I was there and I met the CEO. Usually we didn't meet, we didn't have any conversation. But I realized that NYDA can work very closely with Splash AI. We need to provide this training to this youth. Lastly, we are also working with correctional services. We are also providing training to the inmates under rehabilitation program. Once they are done with their sentence, once they leave, now we're going to provide them with all the training. CETA, you don't have a feature where you're able to track students that you're funding during training and also after trade test. Once they're done with training, they still go back to being unemployed. With Splash AI, we train you, and after training you, let's just say CETA is funding you. CETA will be able to track your performance during training, and you're also going to go through trade test. We are in partnership with certain salons, and after that, you will also be able to. You're going to be deployed on our platform so that you can start earning. We give you 100% earning on our platform. You don't play. We are definitely sure that you will get work. And we're also working with certain hotels as well, so that we have an offtake agreement with 5 hotels so that they can also take our students that we train so that they cannot only depend on online presence. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Thabang Lefowa and I'm the CEO of Intech Group, and Splash AI is the new beauty, hairdressing and wellness industry that will take over in 2026. And right now we are sitting at 2,500 service providers registered. We are also marketing it in the UK. In the UK, we're sitting at 204 service providers registered. So our stores is just right here. Just right at the corner. You will see my team doing manicures and makeup. If you also want to experience the feeling their services, please come through. Thank you very much.
Gentlemen waving at me. I feel like it's not fair, sir. What if there was no question? Thabang, do you have a question for the audience?
Yeah, I do.
All right, let's hear it.
So
So regarding to the accreditation, does Splash AI host accredited beauty institution, yes or no? I, all right, let me ask a second question. Yes, I hear you. When it comes to youth, right? Does Splash accept youth and train them? Yes or no? Just one answer. Okay, one person, right? In the AI, how does our AI work? MC, please assist. This one you've been winning prizes, guys. Come on. Yes, and what's the answer?
Hello.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Hey everyone.
Hi.
Albakwe Makoba. And the answer is the AI is well, you take a picture of your skin, your hair, and your nails, and the AI will be able to tell you, depending on you, the products that you need for your features.
MC, we have a winner. Congratulations, brother. Congratulations. That's a correct answer.
What's going to happen now is, can I ask you to come find me later? Because as you can see, I don't have any goodie bags, but I definitely have one for you. Okay. Thank you so much. So what you've witnessed just now is proof that young people are not bystanders of the digital economy, but they are architects of our futures. But architects obviously need resources, they need platforms, they need champions. So I call on all of you in positions of influence, people that are in positions to be able to use these innovative ideas to open the doors, create the opportunities, and back these young innovators, so that the ideas don't just remain pitches, but they become solutions to transform South Africa. And on that note, we heard the minister and we heard the chairperson of the NYDA speak about the implementation plan, right? We need financial and we need non-financial commitment. So up next, I'd like to invite Mr. Tepo Petla and shortly after him, Mr. Harry Matabata to speak on the scalable plans and programs for the next year. So they're going to showcase existing and new scalable digital skills, job creation programs with the focus on closing the skills gap among and promoting entrepreneurship among the youth. Mr. Tepo.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to acknowledge the Minister in absentia, Minister Sindisiwe Chikunga, the DG in absentia as well, Advocate Maluleke, all staff members of the department and officials, all leaders of private business and agencies of government, the chairperson of the NYDA, and all young people and ladies and gentlemen present here today, good afternoon. Tsepo Petla, I'm head of Telecom Feature Makers. I'd just like to take you through a couple of our programs that we are invested in as far as digital skills development, entrepreneurship, and opportunities in that regard. But I'd like to first start by outlining for those who may not know what telecom is. It's quite a big beast. We are a telecom group made up of a number of business units and subsidiaries. What you are familiar with would be what we call telecom consumer and small business, where we have housed our telecom mobile business unit as well as our internet service provider is housed there. We have BCX, a part of the family, which is our systems integrator and our IT business. We also have OpenServe. I did hear Mr. Koza, you speaking about AWS and Amazon and how big it is being a backbone. Did you use the word backbone? I'm happy to say we also have OpenServe, which is our wholesale fiber business. So our fixed line business is now OpenServe. From the old copper lines, we've now transitioned that to the fiber business. And that's where our ISPs plug in. So various ISPs actually use our network. Happy to also say that that is actually the backbone of our digital infrastructure in the country for government services, banking, our telecommunication systems. Even our competitors do use our OpenServe network for backhaul services. So if that were to go on load shedding, this entire country would be affected. Just a brief about telecom. We are quite an old organization. Most of the young people in the room would not have been born when we started this. Previously, the post office was part of the group, but we have now focused on becoming a telecommunications and IT company. We have a number of programs to empower young people, and I would like for those in the room to seize the opportunities that we have available in skills development, entrepreneurship development. And I'll just touch on the three main categories of programs where we play. We play in the basic education space. We have programs through our Telecom Foundation, where we have digital skills program, and we are providing ICT integration programs in schools. So we have a number of schools that we're supporting through ICT integration, as well as capacitating teachers and providing our learners with the much needed skills. So over the years, we have managed to cover more than 4,000 matriculants through our programs. And in the last year, only 250 of those learners have benefited from our Future Fit Skills program. And that is one of our digital skills program in high school level. And over the years, more than 7,000 people have been impacted through our digital skills programs. But in the last year, only about 697 teachers have been trained through our ICT integration program. As you may well know, it is well and good for a telecommunications company to go to a school and kit it out with ICT infrastructure. It is about whether there are programs that will follow there, whether we will capacitate teachers, and as we step out of the yard of the school, will that ICT infrastructure be used? Will there be programs that are sustainable? So we don't only stop at equipping the schools with ICT infrastructure. We go as far as capacitating the teachers, and that's where in the last year we had that 697 teachers. That's in the school environment, and we adopt kids in the high school as well as they go into their undergrads through our bursary program. So we do have a bursary program that we offer our young people, and we do support them from high school. Then for institutions of higher learning, we have 15 centers of excellence at various universities in the country, where we support postgraduate students with their studies. And this program has been going for over 25 years. And there's been great successes from this program, with 3,560 masters and PhDs being produced through this program and through our support. So we don't only stop with undergraduate support, but we take it a step further to say there's a lot of talent in this country which we need to help support and reach the highest levels. And we have than this Centers of Excellence program. But what typically happens is we, in collaboration with the institutions of higher learning, because we don't like the idea of institutions running programs that are detached from industry, we are able to then inform the programs and areas of research, as well as then follow through with funding towards that research program. So in the last year only, we spent 9.6 million on our centers of excellence, but over the years, 408 million has been spent through this program. And in last year, 57 postgraduate students have now graduated from the program. And what excites me the most is the opportunities don't only stop at, skills development and empowering you with the education. It goes beyond that to say, what then after you've been trained? Quite a number of our students do get absorbed, but a lot of them do go through and impact the industry at large in our country. But a number of them come to work for us at Telkom. But beyond that, we have entrepreneurship programs, and that's where Future Makers comes in. This is a program. We are in our 10th year. We commenced this program in 2015, and it was quite a journey to get to where we are. Putting our mouth where, our money where our mouth is, we started the program with an investment of about 250 million, which was then channeled to SMMEs. But over the years, that has been topped up through various programs. We have, through this program, created, and this is the last count now, and sustained 73,890 jobs through our support for SMMEs as well as tech startups, directly and indirectly. So some of the tech startups that we support indirectly do create jobs, and that's what we have accounted for here. And that in turn impacts about 250,000 lives. That's the programs that we have as Future Makers span from ideation phase all the way to supply development phase. So from ideation phase up until your commercialization is what we call our enterprise development programs. There's a number of them that we run there through hackathons. We have our Township Innovation Incubator program, which is also an ideation and incubation program that we have run, and it's the next round of that is coming. Be on the lookout for that. The aim of the program is to use tech to solve, and I had a lot of great ideas from the young people who are presenting here, talking about how we're using tech to solve issues in our township environment. So the program is geared to support entrepreneurs in that regard. We have an AI accelerator launching tomorrow. Be on the lookout. Telkom Group channels, online presence. We are launching a tech enablement program, which will be geared towards tech startups to help them infuse AI in their products, whether it's applications or web applications, whatever, to also help them scale using AI. We have a number of other programs that I will not cover here today, I think, in the interest of time, but suffice to say, one of the opening speakers, the DG, spoke about how we need a VC mentality in how we fund and help startups. One of our innovative initiatives is actually the venture builder that we have started, we've launched, and we've taken tech startups that have shown some traction. And now we're helping them to actually realize that hockey stick growth through this venture builder program. That's one of them. But over and above that, if any of the SMMEs have landed an opportunity with us at Telkom, Black-owned, still small businesses, then we support them through our supply development programs, which can be in the form of grant support, training, coaching and mentorship, as well as through market access opportunities that we provide to our teams. So yeah, be on the lookout. We post all opportunities on our telecom group channel. We have 2 online presence. We have our commercial business, which is the telecom consumer business that you'll see where we're selling cell phones. But look out on the telecom group. That's where our corporate comms is coming through. All right. Thank you very much, and all the best.
Thank you so much, Mr. Petla. Telkom is an example of how digitization works best when tradition and innovation meet, when established institutions then open their doors to new ways of working, and when young people not only use those platforms, but take part in building those platforms. And on that note, I'd like to call up Mr. Harry Matabata, who is a seasoned executive with a strong background in strategic leadership development, finance, as well as human capital development.
Thank you very much, Program Director, for that introduction. I'm not sure you're talking about me there, but I'm here. Thank you very much to Minister Chikunga, DG, and leadership of the department. Distinguished guests, protocols have already been observed. As already introduced, my name is Harry Matabate, Director at Human Capital Learning Solutions. I'm here with my co-director, Mr. Vikas van der Merwe. I'll be doing the presentations, he'll be answering the questions. And at the back there, we also exhibiting. Please do pay a visit. We've got some of our team members there. We're showcasing some of our products and services. In terms of who we are, our main campus is based in Midrand, where we've been in operation for the last 15 years or so. Notwithstanding that, we actually train in all provinces of South Africa. We've trained in all 9 provinces of South Africa, and we've done this ourselves. We've also done this through some of our partners, whom I'll touch on in just a moment or two. What do we offer? In the main, we offer skills development, enterprise, as well as supplier development programs. Our skills programs incorporates your typical learnership, internships, full quals, or full qualifications, and this we do up to NQF level 5. We will be offering in the near future your NQF level 6 type of qualification, and then we hand over our students to other higher institutes of learning. And of course, both enterprise and supply development programs, we offer this to the public as well as the private sectors. I did touch on the accreditation. Suffice to say that we also are a Cisco networking academy. And as a Cisco academy, all our programs, regardless what program it is, it could be NQF level 6, it could be NQF level 3. We always commence our programs with a 1-week fundamental skills program, such as digital literacy, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, and other similar programs, because we live in a digital economy. So whatever program we run, we always commence with fundamentals skills on Cisco. And I'll invite our young people here to register. And these are offered, sponsored, not free. Nothing is free. This program is sponsored, so you don't have to pay anything for it. But please do visit and enroll for some of these programs. You start with fundamentals, and you can build a career in some of these technologies, which have been proven to be great absorbers of those looking for work. Now, of course, we talk about getting jobs, but we know that there's no jobs, not only in this country, but the whole world. There's no jobs. And HCLS we then developed what we called an ICT SMME development programs and aimed at sustainable ICT SMMEs. I'll touch on one of this, one or two of this, but maybe let me just mention them. The first one is the mobile device repairer. Mobile, it's cell phones, it's laptops, of course, and tablets. You can also maybe migrate as well later to a computer. DTT, DSTV, you know, with the migration from analog to digital, we saw a massive opportunity for self-employment for young people. And this employment, it's at where these young people are based, in townships, in rural areas. So we'll train them in these technologies and then launch them into businesses. Web and app development, fiber installer and maintenance, Wi-Fi installer, and of late, we actually added a solar PV installer and maintenance. Now, on our signature programs, we, as I said, you know, we'll train them on how to fix mobile devices, laptop, mobile phone, tablets. We'll train them on that. And we've trained about 4,000 countrywide since we commenced this program. And as HCLS, we are actually the first to develop this program. We've been running it for the last 5-6 years, so to speak. Beyond the technical training, so we'll train them. And this we can offer both as a skills program, but also as a full qualification. But beyond the technical training, we'll then put our cohorts into our incubatorship, where we hold their hands in running a business. It's one thing to sit with a young person or anybody for that matter and give them a particular skill, but it's something else for them to go and then run that businesses. So we'll put them in HCLS incubator, and in that incubator, we'll hold their hand, we'll provide other services, coaching and mentoring in how to access markets, you know, marketing. And I like what the young people are doing here in trying to improve market access. So how do you access the market that you've been trained in? How do you get funding for your businesses? Now, the language of business is funding. And regardless where you are in business, whether you're a startup or whether you're an established business, you need funding. And at any point in time, we would work with these enterprises to say, how do you continuously fund your business for growth and for scalability? In our effort or endeavors to improve market access, we've developed a portal, almost complete, a portal that our cohorts, our delegates, are able to then market their products, not only in their localities, but they're able to market these products countrywide. I'll give you an example with the mobile devices. We encourage them to go and seek those mobile devices that are sitting in our cabinets, because I'm sure all of us at home, there's one or two mobile devices that is not working for whatever reason. They'll go and buy it from yourself, fix it, and then sell it for income. Now, the portal, what it does, it opens up the whole of South Africa to them. As opposed to them selling them in a particular location, they're able then to market throughout the country and be able to get better revenues. It's all about making money. As I said, we're very excited about this, and in the next month or so, we should be launching this portal as HCLS. We always mitigate for tools and equipment. The first set there, the first picture on your left, or it's on my left, we give them tablets. I had two ladies there when they were being asked what gifts do they want. They spoke about a tablet. If you answer my question, I might give you a tablet. So we give them a tablet. And why do we do that? Because we are in a digital economy. That tablet is meant to enable them to access our learner management portals. They will conduct training through the portals. They will do assessments through the portals. They will upload, they will log on to the coaching and mentoring through that particular portals. Over and above that, through that particular tablet. Above that would also load our visual labs in the tablets to enable them to also practice on their own when they are back home. A set of tools, bottom right, always mitigate for a set of tools, because this is what we call portable skills. Beyond the training, you go and start running a business from home under the incubatorship or under the mentorship and coaches of Human Capital Learning Solutions. So it's very, very important that we do this. We do this through partners, as I said. We've got various partners. We've worked with the Vaal University of Technology. We just renewed our agreement with them, and I think we left with about 2-3 years with them. At the conclusion of that, we would have been rolling this program for the last 10 years, or in partnership with VUST for the last 10 years. We also have got a partnership with the Northwest University. We've got WUSU, we don't have them here. And through the Department of Women and Youth, we also have got a partnership or an MOU with the NYDA, amongst others. I must mention as well, correctional services. We've really rolled out a number of programs with DCS. I think as early as last year, Vikas, or last month, we actually graduated about 100, both inmates and is it probationers? No? Yeah, both inmates as well as probationers with DCS, and we continue to work with them. These are some of our clients. I see we've got Amazon here. We did it was a supply development program for them some 2 years ago. Telkom is here. We just concluded, I think last week, transmission principles program with them. And that program was run with delegates throughout the country, and it was running through our LMS. So we're not really talking theory. This is the stuff that we live. And these clients are both big and small, and in all sectors, because that is the nature of our business. That is the nature of ICTs. As I conclude, our exit strategies are threefold. The first one is establishment of self-businesses. So we encourage you, we work with you to set up your own businesses. The next exit strategy is articulation to higher NQF levels. We still believe very much in both theory and practical training. Those are very, very important. So the next exit level will be articulation. As I said, we'll train you up to NQF level 6. Then we've got other partners where we can hand you over to do your degrees as well as your honors in later lives. And of course, finally, it's employment. And we know how difficult this is, but we also train you. And we've got private partners. We've got private employees who come to us where we train young people for employment. So we do that. Minister asked for a call of action. We're ready, we're here. And we want to say to all the partners here that we have, we want to strengthen our cooperation with them in partnership towards building a true inclusive digital economy for the youth of South Africa and for all of us. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please do visit us at our store. Thank you.
I'm not sure about you, but I see an interconnectedness amongst all of the speakers. But I think my key takeaway is that we need to embrace and learn, right? There's education technology, ed tech, fintech, legal tech. So it's important to find your niche, solve the problems in your community, and build platforms that solve those problems, right? There were 2 burning questions that members of the audience had for me. I know there's a gentleman in this line here who has a question for the various different speakers. So we had Telkom, we had the Human Capital Learning Center, we had AWS, we had Brand South Africa. So I think the gentleman can maybe get up and then pose the question rather to whoever he is posing it to.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Anis Kamombe. I have questions regarding the Telkom Future Makers Enterprise. Before I ask, I would like to say that they've made 339 million rand so far, which is quite very much impressive what they're doing. But my question is focused on what criteria for SMEs do you guys need to qualify for support, and how do they differ from traditional supply development programs?
So that question was directed to you, Mr. Petla.
Yes.
Would you like him to repeat it maybe? Can you please repeat your question?
Okay. Question is, what criteria is there for SMEs to qualify for support, and how do they differ from traditional supplier development programs?
Thank you very much. I'll just stand here. I couldn't see where the question was coming from. Yes, sorry about that. The Telecom Future Makers programs are governed by the triple B codes for ICT sector. That's the starting point. So we are governed by that. We need to adhere to that. So you need to be a majority Black-owned business. You need to be have a turnover less than 50 million. So you need to be a small business by definition. And you need to be a South African as directors. The 51% ownership should be by South Africans. And we have an affinity at Telkom for innovation, also for making these opportunities accessible to those that would ordinarily not have the opportunities. So our programs, you will see we have bespoke programs for township innovation, is to allow township innovators to have a platform. So that's for that particular program, you will not qualify if you're not from a township, for instance. We have women own, there's a lot of feedback, sorry, if you can adjust the mic. There is a couple of women in ICT programs. So if you're not a woman in ICT, you will not qualify for that. That's a key criteria. For our enterprise development programs. So enterprise development, we define it as any of the programs before you come into our supply chain at Telkom, before you start doing business with us. Any of those programs, if you qualify there, you need to be in ICT, and that is the prescript of the code. We can only develop ICT businesses. So if a lot of the other businesses come to me, for instance, if you're just trading or salon businesses, if you're not an ICT businesses, unfortunately, I'm not able to then get you onboarded onto our enterprise development programs. Once you tender for opportunities at Telkom, anything, even if you could be supplying tissue or any sort of service, and you are still a small business, Black-owned, you then qualify for our supplier development programs, as I've outlined there, to say, now that you are a supplier of ours, you are a partner of ours, we want to grow you, then there's interventions specifically for you. Our programs, we want to make them bespoke in nature. So there's generic programs where it's a cohort and all of that, but post incubation, we allocate you mentorship, which is one-on-one type of interventions to deal with your specific programs. Similarly to our supply development programs, interventions are as per our assessment of where you are as a business. So it's not just generic things. Where we find that there are generic problems and we can have an intervention, we can then call on a masterclass, but we don't prescribe like masterclasses, come and attend this and this when it's not really what you need. The other layer to our programs is our funding layer. We have a number of instruments that, like I indicated, that we had put aside money initially when we launched the program. Most of our programs have got funding that goes directly into the business. Let me take an example of our supply development. Sorry, program director, I hope this is okay. Just a minute. Our supply development program is accompanied by funding instruments. We do have grant funds that are very limited, and to try and cover all of our suppliers, it's not always possible, but we do have some grant funding set aside. This will be for small interventions like marketing opportunities, market access opportunities, but we do have a fund that is interest-free loans. Now you come to us, you say, I've landed a PO with you guys. I need funding so that I can deliver on the PO. We then give you funding, interest-free, and you are able to then pay it off over like a 5-year period. Those are some of the funding instruments we have, but for tech startups, it's the venture builder that we have. We have a VC investment that we make into your company, not for returns, but just to hold you accountable, and we can also help you grow. But it's not an intention that we want to make money off of you. Hope that helps.
Thank you so much, Mr. Metel. There's a lady in black who also had a question. Are you ready with your question? I guess not. There's another gentleman on that side. There we go. There we go. There you go.
Thank you, Program Director, and afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rabo Torakajane. I'm from the National Electronic Media Institute of South Africa, NEMISA, which is an entity under the Department of Communications and Digital Technology responsible for digital skills training and technical skills such as cellular repairs, which I heard one of the speakers talking about. I just wanted to say, Program Director, that we are here in NEMISA. I've heard there's NYDA here, and there's many other partners or potential partners that we can engage with, and similar programs that I heard. I just wanted to say NEMISA is here and we would like to engage. We are also at the back there exhibiting. I'm with my other colleague running Yaruna program, which is a digital literacy program, a nationwide digital literacy program. And we would be open to discuss and meet with the others. Thank you.
And the lady in the denim, yes. Is she gonna get to you quickly enough? Let me try.
Thank you very much. It's such an honor for us to be here. My name is Khomotso Sioketsa. I'm the chairperson and co-founder of Phetolo ya Bophelo, Inclusive Education and Mental Health Care. Our core focus is assisting learners who have learning barriers and conduct disorders, as well as the rightful placement for people who are abled differently. My question goes to the institutions that are here, mainly Ubaba Heri Matabata from the HCLS, as well as our gentleman, Mr. Petla from Telkom. My understanding is that in South Africa, when you try to find a job, you are required to have a national qualification certificate, and which is a grade 12. But now, the kids that we work with, the youth that we work with, they are mostly discarded to special schools. And this leaves our brothers and sisters stranded because mainly they remain in those facilities until grade 5, yet they are being let out at 18 years of age. Now, we go to the schools, we assess, we screen, we diagnose the learners, and when they finish up with that ELSA number, they have nowhere to go. That's where drugs come in. That's where abuse come in. That's where everything else that is wrong in our society comes in, because we are talking fully comprehensive individuals, but with certain deficits, from your dyscalculia, dysgraphia, dyslexia. When you find a child who has an ADHD in your classroom, the minute they are placed with the ELSA number and they are moved to that institute, and remember as well, we're talking other learners who have delayed milestones and adults with delayed milestones. You find an adult at the age of 25 working with the mind of an 18-year-old or 17-year-old. The minute they are ready to hit the job space and also participate in the economy industry, you find that they are null and void because they've been discarded. What are the solutions that you can maybe put in place in consideration of those that are able differently physically and mentally? Thank you.
Can I perhaps ask that Mr. Mataba to take that question?
Thanks, Program Director, and thanks for the question. So we do work, across the board, and of course, not as many of your cohorts would want to have, and we can have your details and exchange. I think we've got 1 or 2 schools that we actually have partnered with, to that end. We are dictated to by the bodies that accredit us. Your SAQAs, your QCTO, would say for a particular program, these are the entry requirements. I spoke about the NQF levels. Now we start off on the skills programs. We start off at NQF level 2, which is grade 9, if I'm correct. Sorry, they don't have. All right. In that case, we can look at starting them with the fundamental programs, the ones I spoke about, because those do not have an entry level. It's just basic English, read and write, right? So we can start them there in terms of Cisco and some of our programs, and see if we can then build up for them to be able to then access those skills level. And then also, depending where they are, articulate them to even higher NQF level. But the reality is at times, you can work on a scale. Some of these are accredited, some of them are not accredited. As long as they can, we can work on a scale and get them to be capable to do some of the things that we want to train them on, Thank you very much. I hope I answered the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matawata. And on that note, I'd like to hand to I'm corrected, Dr. Morris Masuta, who's going to give us a strong call to action, who's going to reinforce the commitment and give us a future outlook. A kind reminder, Doctor, you're standing in the way of young people and their lunch.
Great. It's no longer morning, so it's afternoon. I was meant to speak last. My name is Mukobe. I am the special advisor to Minister Chikunga, and I was asked to speak last, but unfortunately, in many ministries, there are 2 special advisors. In this case, I'm the only one. And sometimes I struggle to be at 4 or 5 different places at the same time. So please accept my apology in the first place. And just to greet the DG and Dr. B and to congratulate you for organizing what from my take. It's a well articulated, practical, and potentially historic National Youth Service in Indaba. There isn't much to repeat. I think the audience has had quite a lot of commitment, but I want to just put a spanner in the works. I'm generally a straight talker. I prefer to be very upfront and frank with whatever audience I have the privilege of addressing. And in this case is not going to be an exception. From where I'm sitting, listening carefully to the entire conversation, Dr. B, something is missing. And I want to contribute that missing point, and hopefully the discussions that ensue beyond this point will deal with this thing. So around 2012, the mortality rate of small businesses in South Africa was between 80 and 85% during the first year of existence. Whereas in 1994, the first SMME white paper actually projected that at least 90% of South African jobs should come from small businesses. In fact, if you read the NDP, it also projects that at least 90% of the jobs between now and 2030, which is now 4.5 years away, should come from small businesses. The mortality rate of those vehicles that must be conduits of those 90% of the jobs is still above 75%. Now, the question becomes, why is it that we have such a high mortality rate of small businesses? And why do we marry small businesses with a National Youth Service? Well, the Nigerians deal with National Youth Service in order to arrest religious and ethnic divisions between the North and the South, the East and the West. The Singaporeans pursued a National Youth Service to do something slightly different, which was to reinforce almost every Singaporean as a walking leg of their industrial strategy, given how small they were and the kind of strategic depth that they lacked. The Rwandans did it for healing purposes, and they continue to apply that in their digital agenda today. South Africa envisioned the National Youth Service as early as 1995 in the RDP document, which might be older than some of our audience. I'm 36, so I must have been 4 or 5 by then. So there is an agenda behind the National Youth Service around the world. But that agenda is not static. It's supposed to respond to immediate conditions. So Dr. B, I come to the missing link. The missing link and the difference between our conversation today and the conversation that Verwoerd and his friends would have had when they had conscription then in South Africa is that they weaponized public procurement. In other words, you can be the most creative entrepreneur you can be if the state doesn't honor its positioning as the patient investor of first resort and weaponize public procurement from which you can get your businesses. We can have at least 1,000 more of these Indabas, no problem. So go to the national, something called estimates of national expenditure and look under a line called computer services. Look how much South African government spends on what they call computer services. You'll think it's actually a computer being serviced. No. Go and break down the anatomy of the expenditure on computer services. To the extent that we are turning such innovative minds into hustlers, I think it's a gross disservice. Nobody should be having to hustle for state procurement. There's a law now, as the DG would tell you, but that law is waiting regulations. I think they're still pimping those regulations so that they're as reactionary as the PFMA. Something needs to change there. You can see I don't actually belong in this stage. I speak a different language. To the extent that the biggest procurer of goods and services does not invest a specified percentage of government spend on R&D, on goods, on services, on technology to SMMEs that are supposedly the midwives of 90% of jobs by 2030, we are undermining each other. So this Indaba, Dr. B, at the very least, must insist that you don't turn young people into hustlers for no reasons. The Chinese are not extraordinary to us. We are equal in terms of IQ. The difference is that that government is not bullied by capital. It bullies capital. You see, that government disciplines capital. It has no problem with capital, but there are parameters of Chinese national sovereignty that are not open for discussion. To the extent that we are outsourcing even sensitive technology to international firms here at home. It means we are asking young innovators in the digital economy to come here and be poets. Yeah, if anything that has no real implications is a poem. If you go behind big firms, including those that say administer big contracts like SASA, etc., you'll find young people from Soweto as employees of major international technology providers, providing multi-billion rand contracts to our government. So I'm not so sure I'm interested in having 1,000 more Indabas. In fact, when you work for government, you start feeling like a fraudster if you're not upfront about these things, you see. And if you are my age, you don't want to fall into that bandwagon. You want to insist that buy from local suppliers as a matter of law. Not an opinion. Not an opinion. You see, how did your Sasol, ArcelorMittal, then Spornet, now Transnet, etc. come about? Forget the racist agenda. Focus, don't throw the baby with the bathwater. You can throw the racism outside and still keep the principle intact. Even with sanctions from all corners of the world, that apartheid government could still sustain itself. You see. So I have a problem with being part of what can appear to be a political Ponzi scheme if you don't deal with it upfront. You cannot promise people heaven and deliver them to hell and still maintain the legitimacy of a constitutional dispensation. This country requires family, and that's why the minister is saying we don't want to come back for another Indaba. We're tired of that one. But you can't come and take this stage and lament. Right. So you must bring the actual solutions. When I was listening to the young people, I'm a teacher by training, so I teach at VETS and UJ there. And I work with students almost on a daily basis. Now, because I work here, I just supervise as an affiliated research fellow, because you can only have one job at a time. But what is clear to me, which is worth repeating here, is that we have to take each other serious. Right. We have to take each other serious, and we have to weaponize the Public Procurement Act that the president signed as an instrument of supporting local innovation. If we don't do that, what will happen now, those of you who traveled to a city called Addis Ababa 10, 15 years ago, as you took off from Bole Airport, Addis was like a giant shanty town of some sort. Just 10, 15 years ago. That airport was like a fraction of our Tambo. But they appointed some leaders who had studied in China. And those guys came into power and began to put the state as a driver of actual development. So, of course, you know where Ethiopian Airways is today. You cannot even compare it to any other airline on the continent. But most importantly, Addis, which had probably 10 traffic lights at the time when I visited, is something you cannot recognize today. Change does not have to take years to occur. In fact, my conclusion is that one of the initiators of a national service was a fellow called Harry Truman, who was the American president at the time. It's a very rare thing that I reference the guys across the Atlantic, but this one is relevant. Harry Truman says, if the ladder of educational opportunity rises high at the doors of some youth and scarcely rises at the doors of others, while education is made a prerequisite for formal and occupational advance, then education may become the means not of arresting widening class and race distinctions, but of solidifying them. He was saying this when, obviously, at the end of the 1947, just after the Second World War, and they gave free higher education to all veterans, military veterans, and their children and their families because of what was happening at the time. The reconstruction of the United States highways and byways was done through something that resembles a National Youth Service. The weaponization of state procurement to build the America that many thought was an actual dream Of course, now they may be encountering a nightmare, but that's their business. What remains standing is that America was built on the back of local labor. And that's when the American dream was still alive. The Chinese side is state-led development. Anyone else who has outsourced development has faltered. AI, guys, we need not be necessarily excited about it, but to take advantage of it. In other words, we must chuck what we don't want and use what we wish to use. It's not a panacea or a silver bullet to any of our challenge. It's an instrument that we can use or misuse, sometimes unethically so. So yes, solutions must come about. But the reason why you're having to scratch your head so much to invent something extraordinary is because your customer is not behaving properly. So now you have to invent, how do I get cars to fly or something like that? When you could actually just develop a digital ID like the Indian Aadhaar and make sure that NSFAS money is not stolen by people who claim to be what they are not. Or slum landlords who are hiking rent, or dining hall cartels who sell, chicken breast and chicken whatever every day to 2,000 kids and charge the same price as Pick and Pay. You can deal with all of that criminality using AI and digital technologies that are needed, but address real problems. Real problems. You don't have to be dramatic about AI. Deal with the immediate problem. Become a solution. And I caution again, the only way you can become a solution is if we are going to buy from you. If we don't do that, then we're wasting your time. Sure.
Thank you so much, Doctor. So now, I don't want to say the most important, but some re-energizing efforts are going to happen, right? It's time for lunch. So what we're going to do is that there are some ladies handing out like little vouchers. So what's going to happen is, can all the participants and the delegates go to the main restaurant, which is next to reception, and then maybe the speakers, please go to Celio Restaurant. There are definitely ushers who are going to usher you into the various rooms for lunch. Thank you very much. Can I ask that we be back by 2? you may call a triple threat in the digital space. He's an IT consultant, a brand innovator, and passionate advocate for human development. Many of you know him as Aputi Rams, the energetic host of the Aputi Rams show on Antari TV, where he unpacks the realities of doing business in Africa and makes the complex sound very simple. So Tabang isn't just talking about change, he's actually actively building it. He's the founder of BizM8 and Lumina Leap. He's been driving force in creating platforms that empower entrepreneurs and transform ideas into impact. So over 12 years of experience, it's grounded in studies in business informatics, cybersecurity, and web application development. Tabang brings it both technical expertise, visionary leadership, and he truly represents the new generation of African tech leaders who are bold, innovative, committed to making sure that Africa doesn't just join the digital economy, but leads in it. And he will be joined by Mr. Lunga Msimanga, my apologies, Mr. Maluleke, and Mr. Lisima Matsietsi. I will now hand over to Mr. Tabang Pala, who will introduce his panelists and therefore lead the conversation.
Dumelang? Dumelang? Okay, the graveyard slot has started, ne? Yeah, after lunch, it's bad. We'll try to keep it as energetic as possible. As introduced, my name is Tabang Pala, but not Pala Pala, ne? Don't please use that word, that phrase with me. I'm also not that short guy with the traditional with glasses, ne? It's Tabang Pala. Thank you so much for the beautiful introduction. Some of the things I didn't know about myself, I was shocked. I think it's ChatGPT. I think you must tell us the truth. But it was a brilliant introduction. But thank you so much. I've got my brilliant panelists. We're short of one member. I was hoping that we could get another member from the NYDA, but he sent me a message saying that he's only going to arrive around 3:15. So, unfortunately, we couldn't have the CEO of NYDA. On my far left here, or not on my far left, let me start with my immediate left. I'm going to allow the gentleman to introduce himself in just 1 minute. Tell us who you are, what you do, what you represent.
Thank you, Mr. Not Pala Pala. So igama Ulunga Ogamsimang, and I represent Harambee Youth Employment Accelerator. I am a program manager there, and my responsibilities are really coordinating all of Harambee's involvement and activity in the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you so much.
Afternoon, colleagues. My name is Disema Matsietsi. I am a senior technical advisor at GIZ, and my work is to do private sector engagement within the digital skills within South Africa. So thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yes, thank you so much. My name is Resuna Maluleke. I'm the Group CEO of the African Entrepreneurship Development Corporation. And basically my job is ensuring that everyone else does their job in us ensuring that we meet our targets as an entrepreneurship and development finance corporation. Where we focus some of our programs on young people. We have one of our entities, which is the Young African Entrepreneurs Institute. And I'm happy to be here and engage with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry and apologize for not being inclusive, having women and other people as well, unfortunately. they gave me this panelist to work with, and I hope that they can really answer the heated questions that I have for them. Colleagues, I'm gonna do this panel and also give you an opportunity also to engage with the panelists as well. So feel free to engage them. Remember, this one is from Harambe, the other one is from GIZ, and my leader is from Africa what? African Entrepreneurship Development Corporation. Yes, definitely. So now, the first question that I have for you, colleagues, is that in your opinion, as you are working within the skills development and also in the digital economy, what have you seen as the hurdles or the barriers that are preventing young people to enter into this, what we call the digital economy? This question is to all of you guys.
Okay, I think the mic ended this side, so I'm still holding it. Let me just take it first. I think one of the most, or rather one single barrier that we have is fragmented access, right? And when we speak about fragmented access, we're speaking about fragmented access to infrastructure, to skills, markets and capital. And in that particular regard, we have that, in order for you to run a business, you have to buy a zero package, you have to get, a Microsoft package on the other side, and all those, different platforms that you need to utilize. And all of them then come at a cost, right? So now with this particular fragmented access, we then get to realize that it's not that young South Africans lack ideas or the ambition to get started. It's just that systems that are meant to enable them are scattered around. And we just then find it hard also to navigate them. And also then those then get to exclude those that are in the margins, that are without the capital and the means to acquire those. And similarly, then you can have a young person who has a brilliant idea and the talent, and the drive, but without affordable internet, without a device, in other instances, without the acquisition of those digital skills and, an ability to register a business and all that, then it becomes difficult for them to get started. So the fragmentation of all these platforms and also the support, platforms that people really need then becomes one of the biggest barriers that actually was supposed to enable. So if we can have an ecosystem approach and ecosystem driven, then that will just then become an enabler. So we need to just bring things together.
Thanks for that. It's a nice question, and to understand the question, it has to do with a lot of context. It all depends on where you are as a young person to have access to a job. And my next speaker will talk mostly about the work that has been done by the presidency with the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative. From the GIZ side of things, we are the agency that comes in when two presidents shake hands. So when Cyril Ramaphosa shakes hands with the German presidents in this case, we become the implementing organization. Before coming to GIZ, I was a banker. So I always thought when they shake hands and they said, I'll help you with 50 billion, the 50 billion will show up at the bank, at ABSA or whatever. But in this case, it doesn't always show up that way. They will always become implementing partner who partners with local organizations like NYDA or Harambe to actually help implement. And that's how the money works within development finance. And that links up to what our Honorable Minister was saying earlier, those numbers that she was talking about and saying development cooperation, we are all taking part in those numbers in different form. So as a young person, if you do not know the modus operandi of support, it becomes difficult for you to know where the support is. Because on stage here, we'll be saying there is support, but as you're sitting there, you'll be saying, where's the support? So I think there is a layer, my answer will be there's a layer of education that needs to be done so that we can be able to meet each other, not just as an Indaba, but there might be more engagements for us to tell you what opportunities are there. And I do support my colleague. Ecosystem building is the key driver to understanding where the support is. Thanks.
We started awareness and education first.
That is correct.
Beautiful. Mr. Lunga?
I quite enjoy the level of alignment that I think I have with my colleagues here, because I would say it's sector coordination as well. I think if we take a look at, like you said, my brother, when it comes to where you are in your historical experience, Harambee has been around for 14, 15 years now, specifically working on the issues around youth employment. And only until quite recently, I see Dr. B, who's at the helm of a lot of activity in this department. Things like the National Youth Machinery, things like being involved in the PYEI and coordinating outcomes of different projects and initiatives. It really is pooling resources and shared knowledge. I'm already getting into solutioning, you know?
Yeah.
But what I'm actually trying to say is more consistent and more effective collaboration resolves the issue, with that issue being fragmentation. So we're very much aligned with my colleagues here.
I think staying with you, Lunga, you represent an organization that really does, job matching and also job readiness. What have you seen as some of the, the insights that you are getting from the young people that you are working with in terms of matching them to this digital economy? What are the things that you need to be doing as a country as well? Because you are the experts into making them they become ready for this digital economy.
That's a great question. I think these things don't exist in isolation, you know? There's a bit of research that was commissioned that we participated and contributed into that highlighted priority growth sectors for youth employment specifically. So what can grow the economy? What is high youth absorbing and entry-level jobs? And one of those was the digital sector. And when we look at the repository of data we have in SA Youth, with the 5 million plus young people that are on the platform, we really start to get a better sense of the kinds of things they have done. But there is one key missing piece of information. This is a closed loop. We don't see what happens outside of their experiences in SA Youth unless they tell us. And I'll concur with you as our moderator that it would have been nice to have our colleague from the NYDA here, because they're a key partner in how we've gone some way to trying to understand more about these transitions that young people go through. So for example, if you've gotten an employment opportunity through SA Youth and we don't hear from you for 2 years, it doesn't mean you haven't been doing things in between. But how do we close the gap with data to understand, oh, you're in a certain type of program that provided you these types of skills. What have you been doing in the interim now that you're back with us? So I think what I'm effectively trying to say is understanding the transitions of us as young people through the economy and through types of employment. We need to get better at that, and that comes with sharing information so that we can better understand how to suggest the next possible best step based on our collective pooled knowledge and our pooled resources.
I'd like to hear what Rosina was to say, Mr. Maluleka. What do you think? Now, he mentioned something important about the NYDA, playing a role in these things. And you've been an entrepreneur yourself before, helping other entrepreneurs. Now, I understand from your journey that you also assist many other entrepreneurs across the country. And in our briefing, when we were just having a conversation around funding as well, you had mentioned that you had never received financial support from the NYDA, not because it was not available, but because you didn't want to go look for funding. What has really gotten you to that point where you decided as a small, entrepreneur growing up and getting to this level where you want to, help other entrepreneurs as well? What has been the idea around why not getting funding from institutions like the NYDA, CIDFA, and the others as well? And then also, what are those hurdles that you face without having financial support?
Okay, no, thank you so much. And I think now you are bringing our gossip into the platform.
Sorry.
But no, that's fine. But I think, one of the issues that you get to find, in the space, particularly for young entrepreneurs, is that there's always been an idea that a person must have a track record, you must have a business registered, you must have all of these things, that are put together and all of those things. And if you can make an estimation in terms of how much does it really cost for someone to set up all of those things, then it becomes on its own an exclusive kind of an undertaking. So it means that the pursuit of entrepreneurship then becomes some sort of for those that are more elite and those that can afford, because now you need to think about the setup costs. In order for you to walk into CETFA and be able to apply for funding, you need to have a business that is registered. And how many people then can afford some of those things and all that? And we're not saying that people must heavily rely on government to get everything. But what we're saying is that the government must act as an agent of enabling the environment for young people, to be able to get started, with their businesses and so on. And absolutely, I think I have experienced, some of those challenges, as I've said, that without proving an existing proven track record, accessing markets, especially with government or corporates, becomes some sort of a difficult and impossible, kind of an undertaking and a task. And it creates this kind of a vicious cycle whereby you don't have contracts, you don't have anything, then that means that you don't have a revenue. And if you don't have revenue, then it means that you're not growing. And if you don't have growth, then it means that you remain not credible. So then how do you then get to be credible and grow without you having access to market in the inception, right? So we need to then, I think Dr. Mokove was speaking specifically to that, to say that if we could have bodies such as the NYDA, for example, would then introduce one structured, resource, to ease the pain that young entrepreneurs then get to experience. It will then be easier where you have a digital maybe procurement platform, where you then get to, the government serves as an assurity, of some sort, where you're saying that I have never serviced anyone, but then now I want to service the government. And then they tell me that you have never done anything. Give us 3 letters of reference. How do you get 3 letters of reference if you've never done business? And therefore, you don't have to fake.
No, some people fake them.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
I've never done business like that, But then what you need to try and do is you then create, or rather have the government as some sort of an agent that enables this kind of, track record where you're saying that, you say even government can say to corporates, give this young man an opportunity. And in any case, he messes up, then I'll step in, right? But then on the back end, you are preparing the young man or the young lady to be able to take up the business without messing up. Yeah. So those are some of the things that we believe that, need to be done. And with such interventions, you will then create early demand for those that are starting their businesses and so on. And you then get to factor in all the things that, from compliance perspective. So those are just like a number of things that it must not just be about skills only.
My leader, so from what I know about you, you've already even developed a platform that actually can digitize those type of services. Can just in just 1 minute share what that solution is that you could even be proposing to the likes of the NYDA and the CITFAs of this world?
Okay, so I think what we've done, we've created a platform that's called the Flexi Hub. So with the Flexi Hub, what we have is a one-stop shop, where a person starting from just like, an ideation perspective, you can ideate on the platform. And also in addition to that, you then can be able to apply to multiple funders, with just like one entry and all that. So it's just difficult. You need to enter into the procurement of government. That's yet another hurdle and so on. So I'm not pitching for a tender here. I'm saying we want to create access and advanced access for young people, right? And through the same platform, we have an educational structure where people then gain access to skills. And also in addition to that, we've realized that compliance remains one of the biggest issues. Then you can be able to keep your business compliant and you get notifications on when your business is no longer compliant and so on. So those are some of the things to say, how do we just bring everything into one platform? Because if you just want to make it only about skills, how many skills can you acquire until you get started to do something? So we need to create interventions that are not just about skills, but it must be interventions that actually create ecosystems that translate learning into actual livelihoods for young people, and by integrating these digital skills, training, and all the business registration stuff, we're then able to answer for some of those questions that young people are facing on a day-to-day basis.
Beautiful, beautiful platform. When is it going to be launched?
We're going live end of November.
End of November. We'll look out for that platform. Can you say the name is?
Flexi.
Flexi.
Yeah. So then we're just going to announce it. We also have a Youth Entrepreneurship Week in November, 22nd at Gallagher. So just be there.
Beautiful. Free advertising. I just gave you free advertising. Matsietsi, you are listening to us complain about the South African issues. And when you are from Germany, with a South African name and a surname. And you'll be like, why are these people struggling, man?
Yeah.
We live in the digital economy and we're in the digital world. I mean, from a global perspective point of view as GIZ, what have you been looking and seeing as the trends that we should be incorporating as government? And I'm representing government today. Unofficially, but from a government point of view to development, DFI's point of view to even civil society organizations that are really helping small business and even from Bolunga as well.
Yeah.
What are the trends that you're seeing globally and saying that these are the things that we could pick up in order for us to implement, also looking into how South Africa is receptive to policy and also implementation? Thank you.
So that's a PhD thesis that you're asking me there. But long story short, GIZ works through the department in all 173 countries around the world. So we just don't come and implement as we wish. The department is the one that tells us what they want implemented. So in our case, our key implementing department is the Department of Communication and Digital Technology. Why? Because we had created the Presidential Commission on 4IR not so long ago. And they created a nice document, and we need to test that document. That document had said that we need to do the digital future skills, and they created a strategy out of that. That was written out in 2020. And our job, the reason why my project exists as Digital Skills for Jobs and Income, is because this document had said that we are tired of the issues that my colleague Tatmalulke is going through. We want to understand, as a person with digital skills, how should you move from earning, not earning to earning, skills to earning in the shortest time ever? And what we are doing as we are testing the implementation of the strategy through the DCDT and DHET, as well as NEMISA, we have found out that there was a need for us to do a benchmarking exercise, and we are busy finalizing 5 countries that we are benchmarking to South Africa so that we can understand how did they get out of the high unemployment rate, especially for digital people with digital skills. So if we have a high unemployment rate of artisans or whatever, because our department is DCDT, we're only looking at digital skills, because everybody else keep on saying we are lacking people with digital skills. So they are asking us to actually confirm, is that true or is that not? And when you are looking in there, you realize that you have a lot of career paths. For instance, in cybersecurity, you can go for a foundational training, and then you go all the way until you become a chief information security officer. So that we can call it a career pathway. So what we are trying to understand through implementing partners like Harambee, which we had a long-standing relationship from 2020, is to find out what does the demand in the market looks like. So we created this thing called demand-led skilling, meaning employers, entrepreneurs will come to him and they'll say, I need to hire a person with these skills, a software developer, a cybersecurity, a data analyst, whatever the case is. And then we find a training institution or a non-formal training institution. I just don't want to mention their names. And then we ask them to support maybe 100 or 200 young people to go through the program. At the end of it, we already have a pipeline of employers to absorb them. So this work we started with Harambee. There was a small team of people that was doing digital skilling and today that small team is called Collective X. And Collective X with our support, we were able to assist them to actually go out and do this demand-led skilling. And through demand-led skilling and a lot of ecosystem identification and reporting back, that is what we are trying to match what's happening in South Africa, and we're comparing that with what's happening in the rest of the world. And sometimes we sit with this wealth of knowledge, and hence why I'm going back to my earlier answer to say there needs to be an education to say, as a young person, this is where you go to get placed. Many young people still don't know about some of the programs like sayouth.mobi. They still don't know that some of the entrepreneurs still don't know about, yes, that you can still be able to get fully funded young people and placed into your organization. Some of the based both the employer and the skilled youth still don't know about the matching programs that exist today. And all of this is because of the type of questions and the type of concept note that keeps on coming to me to say, can you help us solve this? And I'm like, that has already been solved. And what we end up doing is advisory, where we are connecting people, because there's no more need for us to spend more money on developing while other people in isolation are already working on the same thing. So I think from the worldwide perspective, from a global perspective, we are really going towards this demand-led approach. And I had a privilege of being on the B20 under employment and education, and that is the same feedback that we gave. That's going to be presented later on the G20.
Thank you so much, my leader. You ate the entire time of the other people. Thank you very much. Finally, colleagues, you mentioned something about collaboration, and you as a Harambe and also you as GIZ. How do you see this collaboration actually working? And also, just as another question that is outside of this, young people are creators, influencers, and they make so much money. Me and my other company, we pay them thousands and thousands per month. Ne? Is this the viable economy that we could be interesting young people? Because I know that NEMISA also tries to train these young people to become content creators and stuff like that. And maybe they can answer somebody's question here, because maybe they've been taking their phones during the sessions and recording and becoming content creators. What have you learned from that? And then secondly, then you two, I want you to answer this question on collaborations. What are the collaborative efforts that we need guys to do in order for us to raise this or build this digital economy?
Well, these are great questions. I think I'll start with the first, which is answering around the digital economy with creatives. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, we have a lot to learn and understand around how to support it sustainably, but there's a lot that can already be done and learned around what it means to be skilled in the creative economies. And I think we should pursue it and support it. And secondly, I think this is where coordination comes in. There are ways in which, if I take the golden thread of the things we've spoken about on this panel already, something along the lines of a commitment to train someone adequately for the job they're doing. We are big advocates of work integrated learning. In some contexts, people used to call it in service in specific technical contexts, but something like that, actually, where the thing you're being trained on, put me in work while I'm learning. There are much better outcomes in being able to guarantee that what you're training for leads to competency in the work that you're doing. The second thing, alongside coordination, and this is where government and business can play a role together, adopting standard frameworks. There's a particular framework that speaks to digital skills called SAFIA. So it's skills for the information age. It's a global standard, and it's been around for some time now, but it really seeks to help people compare apples with apples. So when you speak about being able to be a junior data scientist all the way through to a chief, what do these competencies look like? What does that entail? When you're a skills provider, how accredited are you at what level to train people? When you have work integrated learning, at what skill level are you training someone in the work that you're doing? These are very important to be able to truly answer this question when you test documents. Do we have the skill or not? Well, let's test it. What are you comparing it to? Here's a framework. So I think coordination, no one person can do that. Industry needs to adopt it. The government needs to advocate for it and stipulate its need. And outcomes-based funding models for training itself are very important in driving the right kind of behaviors to make sure that people who are training are getting young people into jobs that are adequately skilled. So this is an example. Just
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you. Ntate Lisema, just say ke la ka leo. Ke la ka leo, ne? Thank you very much. Colleagues, thank you so much. Can I take two questions? Two questions. I'm going to take two questions. A very important question from the floor. If anyone has a question for Tate Disema or Tate Maluleka or Solunga, there's a question there at the back. I'll see with brown and then top, and then there's a gentleman on the far right, Yaka. Okay, you want to do three? Okay, Osaka, I'll give you the last one. Thank you so much. Over to you, Ma.
Thank you so much. My name is Usam Kemzizi, all the way from KZN. My question is straight to who I didn't get their surnames. I got here very late, but Mr. who was speaking on about Harambe program. I know the program and it's very interesting. I just want to find out, Uti, how to tap into it. Can you collaborate with Harambe, or how to go on about having such a program in KZN? And I know we do have a branch in Durban. At some point I was part of the program, and obviously I'm where I am right now because of the program. But also we don't have information as to how to get funding, how to get people to train youth on those skills, because that's very important. The reason unemployment rate youth is high is because even if there's job opportunities, but we don't know how to handle ourselves. As an office right now, we were doing youth stimulation where we're going to district, try and train youth on pretender and also train them on job hunting skills. However, I feel good we don't have enough capacity, we don't have resources and more information to make sure that if we go on ground, we ensure we leave them more empowered and ready for employment. So I don't know if there's something right now, but it's just that how do we collaborate with you and take you to the rural areas in KZN? Thank you.
Okay, 1, 2.
Dumela. Le kae? Re teng. Lebitso ke Lerato Vuyani Mokoena. Born and raised in Pimville, Soweto. But I believe I'm an African and a global citizen. And I'm a spice and sauce manufacturer. But today I didn't come wearing that because I came here with a communal voice, because where I come from, Sekiense, an entity that will function as an ecosystem, whereby I'm attached to manufacturers. And the whole drive is to say, even us, really the manufacturers, we are basically the key drivers to anything that's supposed to be happening, because if we are manufacturers and owning the products, it means we have a say in the necessary economic transformation that we want to see. And we now be able to not just empower ourselves, but make sure that we empower businesses that we want to see our products being bought from. Like Spaza Shop, if I'm a spice and sauce manufacturer, I can place my spice into Spaza Shop so that it can be sold. And with that, I had formulated a sense of a movement that will function as a program, whereby it's a project focused on youth, whereby we can be able to come up with solutions based on what we want to see happening. And with anything that we want to, especially when it comes to establishing, we need to start afresh and start from cleaning. So we're going to start from an environmental project whereby we can say at Pimville, all the houses in Pimville can take anything that they want to throw away. They can put it outside their yards and then we can come and collect it. And that same kind of things that we are going to collect, we're actually going to turn them into value, so that we're going to be able to produce things that we can be done, like your furnitures. We can be able to even set up our stores, because if we have things to build within, it means we can build our own stores. So even with that, we can even now go back and say we are SASA recipients, but now we want to change this narrative and say, SASA, 4370 that you guys are supposed to give us, can we open up a skotokoto that we can be able to open a self-fund cooperative, whereby when we establish this project, by the time we have to now establish businesses, we'll be having the necessary injection in terms of funding. And then on the other part is, because what I came here for, it's to get the necessary support and backing into what is it that we are doing. And in terms of the legwork that I've done, I had been, since I'm a manufacturer, I saw that I need to go and make a homework where I can be able to identify a sector that we can be focusing on, but that sector is going to be responsible to take care of other businesses which are in the other sectors. So we're going to take food and beverage. So with food and beverage, I as a spice and sauce manufacturer, if I'm going to get help, I still need a person who's going to do bottling, transportation, branding, and all that. And those businesses are industries. So having to bring them in, we're actually bringing industries into this project. So how can we get the necessary backing and support for the project? Thank you.
Beautiful work that you're doing, my leader. And I think some of these questions need to be answered by both CIDFA and do we have colleagues from those institutions? There's a lady there, please.
Thank you. My name is Rabao Nemokonatle. I am the center manager for Mafikeng Digital Innovation Hub in the Northwest Province. Currently, the unemployment rate, the expanded one, stands at 54.7% in the province. So as an innovation hub, we do a lot of skills development programs through the CETAS, through CEDA and the European Union, skills initiatives for Africa through Order NEPAD, KfW Bank, and the German Corporation. We also do grassroots innovation through our Living Lab with the Technology Innovation Agency and business acceleration and business incubation through Cisco Edge Center, which is enabled by the Cisco CDA. So my question to the panel is, because there's a lot of unemployment, we always try our best as organizations and government to make sure that efforts try to reduce the rate as high as possible. But my question is, because we are always focusing on training the youth and making sure that they are skilled enough to be employed, do you think that the rate at which we are training them matches the rate at which they are being absorbed into the industry and jobs? And if not, is there anything that we as organizations and government and partners can do to make sure that we try and close that gap?
Beautiful. The two questions, that one here, the lady from KZN, and this one, I'm going to give them to you, my leader.
Can I ask that we keep them short and succinct?
So with regards to the first question, what I can say is this is again the power of collaboration and coordination. It sounds like you're asking a lot about information to resources and then to do something. I could suggest two places. One, we're in the house. The NYDA is a very good place to get certain resources around certain things. And then when it comes to training, they have implementing partners that have a training responsibility too. So maybe have that as a resource. Sometimes we learn to ask better questions to get the help we need. Even if you've gone there before, go again and say, no, but this is the help I need. So maybe a suggestion there. And the second thing I'd say is there are other bodies. There's another organization called YD CoLab. They exist to be a resource for civil society organizations in the youth development space. So perhaps they can point you in some more specific directions. I hope that helps. And then the second question, yeah?
I think on the question about whether we're skilling people enough and getting them ready to go into, the jobs that are needed and so on, I think the idea here must be about creating ecosystems, right? I think I spoke to it. The issue at the moment is that if you focus only on skilling, you do not know who's going to absorb on the other side. But if you have, or you work in an ecosystem, then you get to have that particular system that he was talking to say that on the other hand, the one trains and then on the other one is ready to absorb, and all those kinds of things. So I think the centers need to move from just like an isolated approach to development of young people, but to now a more coordinated approach where we operate within ecosystems. And operating within ecosystems, it simply means that in partnerships, you then know what is the problem and what rather we're dealing with, that the future of employment in our country, or rather in Africa at large, is entrepreneurial and digital. And when that exists as an understanding, you then get to see, on the other hand, you then get to say, how do we then look at the digital inclusion? Then we stop negotiating it and making it an imperative and not some sort of charity. And then now in the middle, then collaborations become an accelerator for whatever we want to do. So I think that's the approach that we need to take. People need to work together. You don't have to do it alone. You train, others absorb, and then others maybe scale up, whatever. And also we need to start doing scalable interventions. So thank you so much.
And that's a wrap. Thank you so much, colleagues. We may be excused. Over to you, Ma.
Thank you. Thank you, Thabang, and your fellow panelists. Thabang mentioned that the graveyard shift is not nice. So I'd like to call upon the choir just to maybe liven things up just before our next panel. Can the choir quickly join us and give us one or two songs? This journalist. Five. Thank you so much to our amazing choir. Up next, we've got a panel discussion on closing the skills gap for the youth in the digital economy. And it's going to be moderated by what I call a girl's girl, Ms. Doreen Mukwena. So just a little bit about Doreen. She's an accomplished cybersecurity professional with extensive experience in regulatory compliance, my girl, data privacy, internet governance, policy advocacy, and IT governance. DNS security, cyber threat intelligence, digital forensic, and forensic law. In 2020, she founded CyberSec Clinique, a company that specializes in database security, threat modeling, and managed security services, and VCISO services in mines across South Africa. CyberSec Clinique was recently recognized as the Entrepreneurship Education of the Year in 2022 by the Africa Startup Ecosystem Builders. Doreen plays a vital role in enforcing adopting regulations in South Africa's tech industry. She's a staunch advocate for women's participation in cybersecurity and STEM fields. I told you she's a girl's girl. May you please join me up on stage? Then I would like to call upon your panelists. First up, Mr. Simbarashe Mhlanga, CEO of Artificial Intelligence Campus, Ms. Buntle Mukwena, Sector Skills Planning and Strategy for MICT CETA, Mr. Dennis Memela, Managing Director of DigiTitan, and Dr. Rakhwanatha Muko, Senior Manager in Communications and Advocacy at SAQA. Thank you so much. Go grab the element. The only lady in the panel.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I would truly love to observe protocols. My name is Doreen Mukwena from CyberSec Clinique and also from CyberMate. Before we get into it, I would really like to greet all of you in the name of the biggest team in South Africa, in the name of Orlando Pirates. Now that I have made enemies and friends, I would also like to remind the crowd that I am a qualified hacker. So we really need to observe that. So tell me something. I'm just going to ask 2 questions. This morning when you woke up, how many of us logged into our banking app and made payments? Or how many of us logged into Takealot and made a purchase, Shein or Temu, or any local e-commerce platforms? How many of us? Perfect. And how many of us used cash? The silence actually represents that we are immersing ourselves in digital economy. And that's what we're going to be discussing today. Now, before we get into it, I would really like to give you a brief overview of how the internet is actually crafted, designed, and how you as a delegate, you can actually play part in it. Now, the internet was never designed with security in mind. It was never designed with digital economy in mind. The internet was designed for people to share,
and connect. But with the evolving risks and threats, the concept of cybersecurity was brought. And now with the emerging economy, we have digital economy, which all of us need to play in. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me today as I welcome my esteemed panel, and we will be talking about digital economy. I will start with Mr. Dennis Memela. Sir, may you kindly just give us a brief introduction?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everybody. It's an honor and a privilege to be with you this afternoon. My company that we run is a company that was started some years back as a result of the huge opportunity that we identified in terms of the shortage of skills, especially among graduates. So we focused on that, and I can tell you when we started and we were trying to work with the sitters, it was a huge ask in that, at that time, when you come in and you want to introduce the issue of relevancy in terms of graduates, it was a huge task, but we were able to make headway. And the work that we started doing was recognized, and we starting with graduates, we ended up going down in terms of looking at just ordinary basic digital skills, and we started doing our programs with a number of partners. But the focus when we started was just looking at unemployability in terms of graduates and focusing on ICT graduates at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Memela. I would also like to introduce and invite Mr. Simba. Mr. Simba, you cannot hide from me. I see that you're trying to hide. Please reveal yourself, sir, and give us a brief overview and introduction about your organization.
Okay, I'm part of a whole. I come from Empire Partner Foundation. So Empire Partner Foundation is a tech ecosystem where we have three organizations, which is Empire Partner Foundation itself, which was formed to solve public sector issues. Then we have AI Campus, which is where I lead, which we focus on developing software that puts AI into workflow. Then we have EPF Tech Fund, which is a fund that funds startups that are solving public sector issues. So at AI Campus, that's what I'll be speaking much about, which is more of a company that is building AI solutions. And I'm happy that today I'm part of like a whole again, as I was invited by the DG herself. Where I had the privilege to working with her, and I love her energy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simba. We see that, yeah, you actually ride with very important people. They handed you your personal invites. And to Mam Kwena, this is not nepotism. It happens that the department chose to partner with two intelligent ladies from the Mokwena family. Ma'am, may you kindly introduce yourself?
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Bontle Mokwena. I'm here representing the MICT CETA. This is the Media Information Communication and Telecommunications Sector Education and Training Authority. We are one of 21 CETAs in the country. The MICT CETA is responsible for training, implementing training for the 5 subsectors that we represent, which is information technology, telecommunications, electronics, media, etc. So we play a role, I would say, as a gap between those who leave schooling or high school and those who might not necessarily have to go to higher education institutions, maybe because they cannot afford to, and they would be looking for employment. We provide that gap because not all high school students are ready to enter employment. In the same fashion, we provide that gap for those who would have completed their higher education institution qualification and they are not able to find employment. We also play in that space because not all these graduates are ready for employment. So that's the work that we do. We support the 5 subsectors that we have. We also have a focus on artisan training. Anyone here who's young, who wants to get ahead in life, I would advise you to consider artisan training. Be an artisan. Plumbers earn more than those people you see on TV who you say are professionals. Plumbers are making a killing. Electricians are making a killing. So I'm advising you to actually consider vocational training. Artisan training is the way to go. You will have experience by the end you earn your qualification. You will be able to get a job, I can guarantee you, immediately, compared to someone who would have graduated and still looking for experience. In a nutshell, that's what MICT CETA does. We have a budget that we allocate for all these training interventions that we do. Maybe let me end there. I won't finish. Thank you.
Just to piggyback on what she's saying, how can I forget, Doctor? My apologies, Doctor. May you kindly please give us a brief introduction about your organization?
Thank you very much, Memo Gwena, and thanks for this opportunity. I see a link really between the panelists here. We are just one body. I represent SAQA, South African Qualification Authority. I'm sure most of you have heard about it. We do quite a lot of things, but I'll just identify 2 or 3 of them without saying a lot. One key thing that we do is what we call a capacity building workshop that happens throughout the year, where we put together the skills development providers and professional bodies in one room and make sure that we give them some quality assurance, give them skills so that when they come to you or where you go to them, they are accredited, they know what they are doing, they know what they are offering to you. The other, which is very important and has been for the past few years, is our focus on pre-2009 qualifications. I'm sure some of you in the room are familiar with the transition between the pre-2009 and the after 2009, where the NQFs changed in the process. We are also future focused, Memo Gwena and colleagues, because we are at pains to review the qualifications so that they are digitally focused, because Memo Gwena spoke about digitization, and whether we like it or not, we are driven by the digital age. So we make sure that the link we have with the service providers, the training service provider, is strong, and there is that link between them and the employer, so that you don't go there with no link at all with digitization. I mean, today's world, our kids are on robotic and everything else. So that's another part of of many things that we do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, colleagues. Since today we will be discussing skills development, empowerment opportunities, and business development for young people in the age of the 4th Industrial Revolution, I would like to pose the first question to the Empire Partner Foundation. Simba, since your organization deals with digital skills, what are the top 3 in-demand skills that young people should be focusing on right now?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'll just answer that in short, but I'll explain as I go. So I think in digital skills, looking at them is what you're doing with the Ember Partner Foundation. A digital person or a digital person that go into the tech industry, they should have three things, which is software engineering and automation and cloud, then cybersecurity, and then artificial intelligence and data. So I'll just explain in order. So the first thing that you have to understand when you go into tech is to understand how to do software engineering, right? How to build systems. Then also how to deploy those systems for people to access them, which is cloud. Then as soon as you deploy those systems, you've automated certain processes in an organization. It might be banking, it might be people that are looking for jobs, you've created those apps. Then you go into artificial intelligence and data. You're going to mine that data and actually unpack insights out of that data and also know how to organize that data. So as a digital person that want to go in this industry, you must know how to harness artificial intelligence and data, which is mostly data science and data engineering, in terms of like how do you unlock insights and give personalized platform to people. Then the last thing, which is the most important, and at AI Campus, we've named it future compute. So you see China, America, they are doing quantum supremacy, whereby they are competing to form supercomputers, that quantum computers. So if you look at South African landscape, everyone, no one is preparing for quantum computers where if they come, they're going to break all the security that you currently have. So the biggest skill that's going to come is to be a cybersecurity specialist, especially in the quantum era, whereby now you should be protecting organization information against quantum computers that are coming maybe next year, maybe next one. They're going to disrupt our entire finance, government, and banking industry. So in a nutshell, if you're gonna be in tech industry, for you to be to have a defendable skill where you can't be laid off, or for you to be a triple threat, you're supposed to have three things, which is software engineering and automation, cloud. I put them as one because they're supposed to be together. Then you're supposed to have artificial intelligence and data, which is more of like insights and automate and knowing people and personalizing your software to people. Then also cybersecurity, especially protecting the data against coming threats, which is quantum computers. And also, as you know, what's coming is people are harvesting data now for decryption later. So if you are very good in cybersecurity, you are going to have a very good future in digital economy.
Thank you, Simba. With what Simba has said, with all the skills that he mentioned, it's equally important to integrate regulations, risk and compliance into these skills. For instance, if you do build the solutions, especially now talking to developers who will be building e-commerce solutions, it's crucial to understand that you need to build with security in mind. If you're building a solution that people will be purchasing, there are specific regulations that have to be considered and taken into mind, such that customer data is safe and the transactions are equally important. So on top of what Simba has highlighted, please also include risk, regulations and compliance into the skill sets. With that said, I'm going to move on to the good doctor from SACA. How can we ensure that digital skills training from non-traditional providers is properly accredited and recognized?
No, thank you very much, Ma'am Gwena. Look, digitization is now the new currency. We need to embrace the fact that it has arrived and we have to take advantage of it. But what we do as SACA is to make sure that we have put systems together to ensure that people out there, especially young people and the old, there's always this distance between young people who are too old to understand and old people that are also very old to understand as well. So we bring that bridge together through what we call NQF. So what we do is to bring it to the people. We make sure that at all times we are there at schools and everywhere else to ensure that we bring you closer to an understanding of what an NQF is before you even make a decision to enroll. Because we have seen quite a number of mushrooming of institutions. You will see them, they are quiet now, but you will see them come January, February. Some of them just at our backyard. Some of them you see at tavern today, tomorrow it's an institution of higher learning. Yet, you don't ask yourself what happened. And that's why we are there to make sure that we help you to understand that these things do exist. Come to us, approach us, let us help you so that you understand the issue of accreditation, what is accredited, what needs to be accredited and stuff like that. I was having a conversation earlier on that you'll find that there are institutions that are accredited, but the modules they provide are not accredited. So those are some of the things that we urge everybody, especially the young people, to come through and contact us through every avenue we have to close that gap before you make such a decision. Thanks.
Doc is definitely correct. There's this joke that goes on every January on social media, where the department asks you to verify the institution that you're applying into. And the joke, they say something like, make sure that it's a school before you come back and you find a saloon or a loan shark. And it's true, we've seen it before. Moving on to Mr. Memela. Baba, as a managing director for a digital skills company, what are some of the hurdles that you face when you integrate a new graduate into a specific program within your organization?
Thank you very much. The work that we actually are doing in terms of bridging the digital, this divide between your academic, institutions as well as industry is a very difficult one, because I've had the opportunity of visiting a number of countries, and it was really amazing to see how close cooperation is there between academic institutions as well as the private sector. As a result, in many countries, you will find that when you do a degree or a diploma in ICT, there is already, an industry component that is into that. As a result, when young people come out of that, the issue of employability is no longer an issue, this challenge of actually, getting this integration was in a way, resolved, because we have a program that we are running with the Department of Women, which is an amazing program in terms of taking young people to actually acquire these skills from a low level to high level. So having that kind of cooperation assists a lot in terms of bringing in different stakeholders, so that, there is a way of addressing some of these challenges. One thing that is very amazing about South Africa, and when we started this initiative with the Department of Women, I was even anxious, because the person who is in charge of this, Dr. B, kept on saying, I want to bring more. I want to bring more, partners into this. As a result, some of the issues that were actually coming to the fore were addressed in this kind of way. And it was amazing for me, it was amazing for me to see that, in South Africa, for two government departments to work together, you need an agreement. And it's really amazing, because you only find it here. You go to other countries. I mean, different departments are like different units of the same company. Why do you have to have this kind of agreement, which takes, forever to actually to get it done? But the point that I'm trying to get across is that this multi-stakeholder collaboration assisted a lot in terms of bringing people together and be able to address these issues that we encounter in delivering these kinds of programs.
Thank you, Bab Mamela. That was well delivered. And Mr. Mamela is definitely correct. We do have an issue of employability in South Africa. Some of these courses that we do, it turns out that they cannot stretch that far when it comes to corporate. So linking that with Mimukwena, my sister, and yes, we are from the same house. Mimukwena, MIC SETA is crucial for skills development. How can the SETAs and government institutions be more agile in updating their curricula to meet the needs of a rapidly evolving digital economy?
Thank you, Program Director. So yes, MICT SETA is a transversal SETA, as we call it, because mainly the skills that we deliver on digital skills, technological skills in terms of IT, etc., etc. So even though when we train for our own 5 subsectors, those people will train end up going to work in other sectors that are outside of MICT SETA. So we have a lot of demand within the MICT SETA in terms of people looking for training and not having enough available resources. And also how we know and how do we know which areas we need to train on. So this is based on demand-led interventions, also based on research. So every year we produce a document that actually does some research to find out in terms of the industries that we represent and in terms of the employers within our sector, what are their skills needs and what are the demand for skills. And also we also analyze what is supplied in the labor market. So basically, what are higher education institutions able to produce in terms of people who have knowledge and skills who are ready to join the labor market, meaning who are looking for employment. Most of the time, the labor market is not kind to those who don't have experience. So they tend to take a bit more time to get employment. So we analyze that. We also analyze in terms of the programs that people graduate in, how long does it take for them to get employment? How long does it take for a learner who's doing a bursary from MICT SETA to complete? It's not as easy as you see because learners also have challenges in terms of their backgrounds. So the SETA is very crucial in this space. Because once we've given you any sort of training or you have done an intervention with us as an unemployed person, we follow up to see 2-3 years later. We call these tracer studies. So we want to find out the impact of our programs. Were you able to find employment as a result of an MICT SETA program? How far are you in life? Were you able to get a promotion? Were you able to study further? Were you able to start your own business? Because the sector is also made up of employers who are quite small. So these are entrepreneurs. So there's a lot of development within our subsectors, but the key skills issues that we're finding there that are driving change. So when we say they're driving change, we mean in a sense of driving change in terms of skills, meaning those skills that will be demanded. As the first speaker said, we have 4IR technologies that are driving change in our sector. We have 5G, cloud computing, AI, big data, data analytics, drone technologies, robotics, etc., etc. But the sector is not necessarily prepared, or we don't have enough people with these sets of skills. So there is a lack between higher education institutions and the learners who are able to complete and are ready to get into those jobs. You won't necessarily find a complete qualification in South Africa right now, for example, in these 4IR technologies as a full qualification. I challenge you to show me that. We're also seeing the increase in cybersecurity as well. There's a demand for cybersecurity specialists. This is a specialized skill as well. So the people who want to be cybersecurity specialists will need a specialized training. Most of the training also happens internationally or overseas. So there's also a challenge where those internationally accredited training or qualifications are not recognized in South Africa because we have our own requirements in terms of accreditation. So you find somebody who's internationally recognized or who wants to do that program, which is forwarded by an overseas institutions, but as a CETA, we are not able to fund it because we need to follow the regulations in terms of that institution being accredited in South Africa. So those are the challenges. You find people now are paying for those certifications out of their pockets if they cannot find funding from us. That could be as much as 80,000, 100,000. I've heard those stories. So there is also a demand for that. So I think between us, higher education institutions and the QCTO, there are also challenges with the QCTO because of the changes in regulations and legislation. Some of these emerging qualifications, we don't have training providers who are accredited yet. So that creates a space between learners who want to get this particular skill. The people who can deliver it are still waiting for the accreditation process to be complete. So those are the challenges that are systemic. I don't think the QCTO can resolve that on their own. MICT CETA won't resolve them on their own. So it's a system issue. As long as we know that all these challenges that we have, we will not be able to resolve them on our own. We do our part. Where there are blockages in the system, then we do our part to unblock so that the system can flow. We can have learners who complete their qualifications, go into industry, be able to find jobs, complete, more learners come in, then it becomes a cycle where learners are able to complete, upskill, and find employment.
Thank you, Ms. Gwena. You spoke a lot on the lack of accredited institutions in the country. As a cybersecurity specialist myself, I had various trainings done in overseas, and in the past 10 years, I've been attending these institutions, getting qualified. What you're saying is actually true. There is a training issue in the country. Some of the basic cybersecurity certification go for about 36,000 to 80K. An average South African cannot afford that. And with that said, I will move to Simba. Simba, in observing today's theme, digital economy, I want to talk about developers or youth or women that build solutions for e-commerce or fintech. Most of these solutions, especially the apps, are not accepted in Play Store or Apple stores or whatever platform that you want to load your application. And this is the results of not integrating regulations and safety when you build the system from the system development lifecycle. So I want to ask you, I want to find out from you, excuse me. All right. What strategies have you found to be most effective in delivering the skills of the future that you spoke about, especially software engineering and cybersecurity, so that the products that South African youth or institutions build are accepted into these stores and, they are marketed into a broader application and community usage? So how do we ensure that these skills are delivered in this training?
Thank you, Program Director. I'm going to comment on the speaker that spoke around 12, that spoke about us building our own tech. I love that speaker. I'm not sure if you know his name. Yeah. So I think that why I'm saying that's the most key important thing here. I'll be bullish to MI CETA in terms of their strategies. I think when you are putting a learner or someone to be trained, right? You can't just take this learner, give the money, let's say stipend to a training provider that doesn't have a clear mission if what they're doing. So what I mean by that is a company that trains someone must already be having a mission of doing something. Let's say at AI Campus, our mission was to produce solution that have AI embedded into it and go into process. That was our mission. We wanted to tap into the labor market. There was no one to tap into. We brought 25 interns from TUT. That is how AI Campus started. And with 100% employment of those interns. What we do, we push them to actually develop this solution because of the mission. But in pushing them, we pushed them to learn the skills that they require. At this current moment, AI Campus employs 82 youth in South Africa. I'm the oldest one. I'm 29, by the way. And we have 82 employees. One of them, they're sitting there in the audience. What I found working program director was putting these people, these learners inside real life solutions. They must go support a client in DevOps engineering. They must go support a client in software engineering. They must go support a client in data science. Then they will learn. I've been very critical of MSCTA, Collective X, AWS, Microsoft, and I've been talking to DJ about it also. Like, they just churn out certificates to these people. But at the end of the day, if you say to someone, can you go and now build an agent that can process this data? They can't do it. Because what is it then? A learner is coming from home. This learner is looking for a job, one. They are hungry. You give them a certificate by just training them with a certificate, right? They are just with the certificate to get a job, not to actually get skills, right? If you take this learner and put them in a company that is a mission to build something, they are going to learn the actual skill, right? If you are training people to be cloud engineers, data engineers for cloud, AWS, Google Cloud, all those guys, go to MSCTA, allocate them to the companies that have an actual mission in building something. Then these learners, we have a real life experience. I want to invite all the delegates here. I don't know when can you come to our campus in Ilofo. I want you to just come and see when you walk in the floor. I'm the oldest one. These youth are building solution. Most of them that come to our campus, they always say like, I'm actually building real solutions. Until we start presenting those solutions, they see that actually South African youth can do it. We are now building solutions that are competing with Microsoft 365, and they are being deployed in some of the government departments, which I think in terms of training our cybersecurity engineers is one of the biggest things that you must do in terms of like them running the actual live solution. Thank you, Program Director.
The principal program director is standing there. I think she's trying to tell me that my time is almost up. So looking ahead, ma'am, can I just have 2 more minutes? Oh, okay. Let's just open the questions then. Okay. Can we have questions from the crowd? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Dr. E.L. Mabasa, PhD, Digital Media from Limpopo. With the Department of Higher Education and Training, they are currently facing or have already started phasing out programs like Report 191, NATED programs, because they are no longer aligned to the current industry technology. So they are introducing occupational program, skills program, cybersecurity, your AI, robotics, and coding, Internet of Things. So my question is there any form of partnership between the higher education and maybe private sectors that are aimed at equipping graduates from those institutions so that after training, maybe they are employable or they actually get real practical work experience with the program that are coming from the Department of Higher Education and Training. Thank you.
Please go for it.
Yeah, thank you very much. The issue of phasing out some programs is a very, delicate one, and one would then imagine a situation where, that close collaboration that we spoke about earlier on between, your educational institutions as well as a private sector to ensure, irrelevancy. I know the native program that you're speaking about, especially at TVET colleges. There's quite a lot, people being said with regards to that. But my advice, would be that the collaboration side of things would actually help, so that you don't find learners, with these kinds of qualifications, but without the articulation as well as linkages with the e-land or with the private sector. We've worked, in our company a lot with TVET colleges and all of that, and I know that the department is now putting quite a lot in terms of supporting these institutions, but the whole system needs to change. I tell you, the whole system needs to change, because when you have people, and for me, it starts at the very top in terms of the educators, well, maybe to some extent, the administrators as well, because you find somebody, we spoke about artisans earlier on. You find somebody teaching, electrical, whatever, but this person has never actually done the work, because you cannot, unlike many of the higher education institutions where they can go out and employ, people from industry to come in and actually deliver those kinds of skills. We need that in the TVET space. TVET is supposed to be about preparing people for work. But when you have even educators who have never had the experience to be in the workplace, it's really self defeating kind of a situation. It's like you telling me that I must go and learn how to run a business from a person who's teaching, who's never run a business. Really, I wouldn't be, encouraged to do that. So at the end of the day, we need that collaboration, but we need a lot of, people within the public space to come in and be able to make, these inputs to a Department of Higher Education.
Okay, I am really out of time, but because I'm such a nice person, so is my program director. I'm gonna afford MIC Sita and Saka to actually give us the closing remarks and looking ahead, because they are the ones who are going to give us these accreditations, and we really do need support. So please, can you give us the closing remarks? 60 seconds, then we call it a day.
Thank you, Program Director. I would like to say to young people that social media and alternative media is also a growing key skills issue that is coming through. As we've also indicated with the 4R technologies, artificial intelligence is here. We need to learn the technology, we need to learn the skill. You will not be good at using AI if you don't have the AI skills. Those ChatGPT, DeepSeek, you need to prompt them. So you need to learn how to prompt them. Asking them a question will get you whatever answer that it can give you. So it is a skill on its own. So in my conclusion, I will say AI won't take your job, but someone who knows AI will take your job.
That's a great one. What a great closure, Mamukwena. But mine is linked to employment and opportunities, especially from SAQA perspective in relation to accreditation. Because we want to assure you that it assures business that recognized skills are reliable and relevant. If your qualifications are accredited, you do not even have to fear anything that it is at a certain NQF, and therefore work with pride in any organization you want to apply to. So make sure that you visit our website, make sure that you contact us. I still reiterate, do not go into an institution that you yourself saw yesterday that it was a tuck shop or a salon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You've been such a wonderful crowd, and thank you a lot to my panelists. We've all had a drink from the wealth of wisdom that you embody. Thank you so much. Now to the principal program director, can you please give her a warm round of applause as she ushers into the stage?
Thank you so much, Doreen. Having the task of being program director is a tough one because I'm being pulled in multiple different directions as well. My apologies for rushing you. So I want us to have one or two burning questions, and I'd like the CEO of the NYDA to quickly join me because I know the young people have burning questions for the NYDA, and he was meant to join the panel, but unfortunately, other commitments. Right, so I want us to do something, right? So we're going to look into the crowd, right? The hand that shoots up first is going to get to ask a question to the NYDA. And then we'll see if we have time for the second question. All right, perfect. I'm going to count down, right? 3, 2, 1, and then the first hand that shoots up gets to ask a question. All right, let's go. 3, 2, 1. All right. There we go. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Anis Kamombe. Again, I guess this is the second time. Sir, my question is, how do you decide or evaluate potential versus traction when you're deciding which startups gets in or which ones do you not fund? That is my question.
Thank you very much. You said your name is?
Anesu.
Anesu. Oh, pleasure to meet you, and greetings, friends, colleagues, young people, and of course the innovators. Thank you for that important question. So the process that the NYDA undertakes in terms of particularly our flagship program, which is the grant program, is we have an ERP platform. But prior to making a submission on the ERP platform, young people go through a process of business management training. If you've been trained in terms of business management before, then you, in essence, are given sort of an accreditation to say you can go to the next stage of your application for grant funding. In that grant funding application process, there's a business plan that needs to be developed. And part of that business plan, we do have non-financial support where, from an NYDA perspective, if the strength of the business plan that you're tabling for funding is not necessarily strong enough for consideration by the various committees at branch level and, of course, at head office level, then there's that support in terms of strengthening your business plan, be it in the tech space, in chemicals manufacturing, you name it. And then that submission is then therefore taken forward for consideration at the level of the committees. And after the committee, then if things go your way, then of course that's how the grant funding is then applied. So there's a whole process in terms of focusing on the strength of the business plan, both the one that you present, and of course, if you feel that you might require some support in terms of strengthening it, there's that support as well before it's then considered at the level of the committee. So that's really the process that is undertaken in considering what kind of applications are then funded in essence at the NYDA.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Program Director, see another hand? Yes. The white T-shirt at the back.
No, thank you very much, Katsete.
Thank you.
My name is Nkosnat Kumete, from the Office of the President in KwaZulu-Natal. Like I'm sure you heard the lady from Department of Transport. We are coordinating the program that calls Youth Development Stimulation Program. Now, the program will go to any municipality we target forward in line with the pillars of youth development strategy. The crisis that we have been having in the province, there is this 10,000 startup grants. I just want to check whether is it still available or not, because the problem that we have been facing, young people have been saying, no, we are told that to have an idea in NYDA, you can actually get the startup business, but we don't see it on the ground. And then I might also suggest that if possible, I know you are trying to fund yourself, particularly in different districts in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. But I strongly feel like we need to maybe measure the municipality. I will make an example. In Mhlathuze municipality, I know you are in Pangeni. Your office is there where you are based. But I think you need to have coordinators maybe for a show Nkandla and so forth, so that we can be able to meet the needs of young people on the ground. Same thing when you go to Zululand, you can have also in local municipalities, even if you can have these coordinators placed, they can be partnership with the municipalities, because we've been working with the municipalities very close. It can be arranged in terms of the space and so forth, so that at least young people on the ground, they can receive the ready benefits of the NYDA. Thank you very much.
No, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kumete, for that. I think we would need to have that discussion because certainly the grant program, look how both on the new board and of course the leadership right now, we view the flagship program being the grant program as a de-risking element in terms of the funding ecosystem for young people. And this is across the board. So even when there are ideas that have significant potential linked to the question that was asked prior around what do we consider when evaluating a submission, that is quite, it's an anchor part of that particular flagship program. So I'd be interested to better understand the experiences you've highlighted and see where there are gaps and see how we actually speak to those gaps, because part of the flagship program is to ensure that those gaps are certainly closed. So I think maybe let's also pick up that conversation. The input that you're giving as well in terms of how we can coordinate the reach with local municipalities is quite an important one. And I think right now, organizationally, there's that work that is undergoing. So it's important to get that feedback from you so that we see how we're able to stretch, of course, the reach of the agency in that regard. And then maybe as well, finally, even as we're on the grant program, one of the big strategic initiatives that we're driving right now has been in really driving to shorten or reduce the turnaround times when it comes to the application process of the grant program. So from application to disbursement or to the outcome that you get, whether it be positive or negative. So that's also another important work, leveraging technology and the digital economy broadly in terms of optimizing our own processes. So that is an exciting body of work that we're currently doing. The board has an ambitious target, which I won't necessarily state now because it's quite ambitious, but we're trying to get as close to that number as possible. But the intention is to ensure that as a young person, if you're applying for that grant program today, you can know that by so many days, you should receive an outcome. So that's really the objective of really streamlining that and also ensuring that there's clarity around, if you have an idea, how are you supported? If you need enhancements, how the agency also supports you in that endeavor, because that's really the work that we are intended to do in this regard. So maybe after today's proceedings, we can have that conversation and see how we're able to optimize in those areas. Thanks for that, Gumet.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Kubega. But I'd like to take over your calendar for the next 30 minutes. Clearly, the young people want to hear from you a bit more. So can I urge all the young people who still have the burning questions to approach Mr. Kubega just after the proceedings have ended and ask the questions and have that interaction with him. So thank you very much.
Teach it over there.
All right, they'll come find you. Thank you so much. So before I hand over to Dr. B, I would like to say that on a personal note, I want to thank the department for the opportunity to serve as a program director for the SANDF. It has been an honor to guide the flow of today's conversations and to witness firsthand the power of young people engaging with leaders and decision makers. And on that note, can I call upon Dr. B? She's going to give us the vote of thanks and close this wonderful Indaba that we've had and the discussions that we've had. And thank you also for championing young people and who are ready to make a mark.
Thank you. A big round of applause to yourselves. Thank you very much. Everyone who's here, I know that you are disciplined. That's why you actually stayed until the end of the program. CEO of the NYDA, young people were full in this room, but because you were not here, they actually left. So I'm sure they have actually missed. We missed to announce that you will join us a little bit late. Program director, let me first stand on the established protocol. I'm not going to be calling everyone, but I'm happy to have been the first, participant of the SANDF-led National Youth Service Program on Digital Economy. Let me first start by thanking our minister who has already departed. She has been championing this program since it was launched by the Deputy President last year. And our minister continued to advocate for employment of young people, including in this emerging sector of digital economy. To all our experts, CEOs, captains of industries, senior officials across various sectors, government, private sector, and civil society, young innovators, young people who have been exhibiting here. I cannot call you each by name, but let me say that, from the department, we really appreciate you. We appreciate the fact that you have been with us today. You have shared all your innovative ideas, and ours is to try and craft a clear implementation plan, which is going to guide us towards putting everything that we have talked about into action. The resilience of our young people continue to inspire us. We have heard from young people who have been pitching here, from young people who have participating in the program, but we want to put it on record that their resilience alone is not enough. I'm sure you heard the minister's advisor talking very strongly to say that we need to stop having the Indabas. We need to actually come with a clear plan of action. And together with the National Youth Development Agency, very soon, probably November, December, but before the end of the first quarter, we are going to host a big employment sector conference, which is going to be focusing on priority sectors such as agriculture, such as engineering and construction, such as hospitality, including the very same digital sector. So the aim is to try to bring captains of industries from the private sector mainly so that they can come and make commitment to employ and train young people. So I'm not going to, let me also conclude by thanking our capable program director who has actually steered this ship and has provided us direction, to all the moderators of the panel, the speakers who have spoken here. Let me thank you. We really appreciate you, and we wish to invite you to join us as we go forward and draft an implementation plan that is going to be implemented by us all. I thank you.
And on the note, I release you. Thank you, everyone.